Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'm calling to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Monsignor Joseph Pellegrino from the St. Ignatius Catholic Church of Tarpon Springs, following by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please stand.
Would you all please bow your heads? Lord God, we thank you for all that you've given to this city, to Tarpon Springs. We thank you particularly today for our police. You've given us a police force of good people. We thank you for Chief Cochin, and we celebrate and honor him as he completes his service. We thank you for Chief Young as he begins his service. We ask you, Lord, to keep our police, our fire, and all our emergency workers safe. And may they continue to serve your people. This we ask through all of your grace. Amen.
Chief Cochin, would you please lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you, Father. Tonight, we have a very, very special ceremony. The retirement of our police chief, Cochin. Chief, would you please come forward, please? On behalf of the city and the people of Tarpon Springs, I would like to present you with this plaque, which reads, present to Police Chief Robin P. Cochin, with great honor and recognition of 32 years of exemplary leadership, outstanding service, and dedication to Tarpon Springs Police Department and to the city of Tarpon Springs. Mayor Crystal LaHousas, Vice Mayor Jacob Carr, Commissioner Towson Terrapini, Commissioner Connor Donovan, Commissioner Costa Vaticiotis, and close to 37,000 people of Tarpon Springs. If you please come forward, I would like to present this to you, sir. Chief, would you say a few words?
So I started here, I was a 22-year-old kid, wearing the badge, doing my job, and next thing you know, I'm chief police, sorry. I'll get it right. It's been a long ride. It's been really rewarding, fulfilling, and everything in between, but I really think the best thing for me was when I became chief was really being able to lead the finest men and women there is. They're in the back. When you lead, and you really lead from the bottom up and the top down, but you empower them to succeed, and you back them, and you do all the right things. I mean, it's a great reward, and that's the things I'm going to miss. All the people, the networking, all the good relationships, and that's one of the keys. And I know the incoming chief is really good at that. It's all about relationships, building them, trusting people, working with people. And when people want to get antagonistic, don't get in the mud with them. It ain't worth your time. So just stay focused on doing the good things and doing what's right. And the department is really in great shape. Jeff, for you to take over and, take it into the next chapter. The page for me is turning. My time is over, but your time is just beginning. So that's what we have to focus on tonight. You know, I really appreciate, you know, everyone being here. Of course, a lot of people here for Jeff, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate, you know, all the platitudes and everything you said, but, you know, the sun's setting on me. Now it's time to focus on Chief Young, and he's got a really good department. It's primed for the future, and, you know, I'm proud to say that I've been a part of that. So I don't know what else to say, you know. It's time for me to move on, and my heart will always be here in Tarpon Springs. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going away. So, you know, anybody that needs to call me, you know, pick up the phone, but not after 5 o'clock. You know, the 2 a.m. phone calls, hopefully you're done. So, but thank you, everybody. And, you know, Mayor, Board of Commissioners, Major Young, Jeff, Chief Young, I wish you the best. And everybody here, thanks for coming. Tarpon's finest. You guys rock. I always wish you the best. Be safe out there, make the right decisions, and don't give the new chief a lot of stress, you know, and we, you know, he doesn't need it right away. So, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Chief Bob Cochin, you always be remembered for your accomplishments and your outstanding service to our community. Thank you for the years of your hard work and dedication to the people of Tarpon Springs. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Cohen.
Chief Cochin, I know we shared some thoughts last meeting about your service, and I again want to reiterate what the mayor has said. You really have led as a true leader for Tarpon Springs, and it's been great to work with you over the past 4 years myself, and really understand what the police chief's role is and what happens and all the different things that happen on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for everything you've done for Tarpon Springs. You're not a flashy individual. You're not one to like to show the bling and so on, but I know you're very well respected throughout the community. You're really well respected amongst the board here, and I want to say it's an honor to be able to work with you over the past 4 years, and thank you so much for your service. A couple things before you head out. So we did work with Congressman Bilirakis' office, and you're going to have a flag that's flown over the Capitol of the United States on March 12th in your honor for your retirement, being your first day. And then we also worked with some other elected officials, and we have a litany of letters here for you, congratulating you on your retirement, starting with Senator Scott, Senator Rubio, Governor DeSantis, House Speaker Sprouls, Congressman Bilirakis, Pinellas County Sheriff, Ed Hooper, our state senator, and then Dave Edgars, our county commissioner. All of them say great things about you, and really the tireless just dedication that you've had for the city with the ups and downs. So thank you again for your service, and thank you for setting a great example to all the staff in the Tarpon Springs PD on how to be a great leader. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, just to echo these same thoughts again. I can't tell you how fortunate I feel to have served with you up here on this board and in a city capacity for basically a decade. You said that you were 22 when you joined the force. I didn't realize that, but that was about the age that I was when you and I started working together about a decade ago on the Budget Advisory Committee. So that the time on that committee and also on this board and the times that you and I have spent together working together for a better Tarpon Springs, I'll cherish that forever. So I just want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for leading by example. I think you've done a great job with our PD in the time that I've spent with you and the time that you have been our police chief. So I just can't thank you enough. I'm very proud of you and proud of the work that you've done and the condition in which you're leaving. So I wish you all the best in your retirement, and I hope that we can maybe share some time fishing together someday when things calm down. So cheers to you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you, Chief Cochin. I mean, you've done such a fantastic job with our police department. It's been a privilege to work with you for these past 2 years and really learn from you. I've learned more about leadership through you than I have in any class or really from anybody else. I mean, he's such a genuine professional. It's so rare these days that you get somebody that does exactly what they say they're going to do every time, 100%, communicates clearly. I can't say enough good things about you, but truly thank you for your service, and go Bolts.
All right, go Bulls. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Cochin, having a little bit of a military background these days, I know are extremely important. And, with anyone's career, you have your good days and you have some not so good days, as you describe it. We all experience the highs and lows. And those form your memories. And oftentimes you don't talk about them later, you reflect on them. Every now and then you'll talk about them with your wife and that sort of thing. But what's important to the residents of Tarpon Springs, which is really your legacy, is the police department that you've left behind. And I can't begin to express the gratitude of myself and the residents for having left that great police department behind, and for Chief Young to take over. And so congratulations, Chief. Job well done. And I wish you well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor, I forgot one thing. May I?
Sure.
Thanks, hon, for all these years. 28 years she's been with me in police work. I love you. Thank you.
Chief Cochin, before we go to the public comments, Vice Mayor has those letters I would like to present to you.
You want me to come up with tears and everything? I usually, Chief wife, police wife, 28 years, and I think Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you all from the heart. Thank you.
We also like to thank Ms. Cochin and the family, because you served with Bob. The whole family served with him. Thank you very much. We now go into the public comments. If anyone has any comments, please come to the podium. State your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Peter Lackas, 514 Ashland Avenue. Life has a way of bringing us new opportunities. So you're not sitting in the sunset, you're about ready to sunrise on your new life. And you don't have to miss any more bowl games if we got them on again. This is a proud moment. I'll share something with y'all. We were going through some hard times in the commission a while back, and we made a decision. Mark became our city manager, and there was an opening for a police chief. And I remember going over and talking to Captain Cochin at the time and said, "You're the guy that we need to lead." And he has done that. We should be proud of this man. I know the thank yous are nice, but he has left us a legacy, a strong footing. He's brought accountability and credibility to the department. He's given us reasons to keep our police department. As you know, many times in the past, people wanted to go to the sheriff's. And because of his strength and his vision and his guidance by y'all and allowing him to have some room. And I will say, I've been kind of chewing him up about getting more fuel efficient vehicles, but as time progresses, I think we'll work on that. But I just want to say, God bless Robert Cochin. God bless you.
Joan Jennings, 2204 Pine Drive. I guess I really didn't get to know Chief Cochin because I kind of behaved myself in town for a while. But when he was made the communications liaison with the Public Art Committee, I got to know him very well. And I treasured his insights, his input, and his sense of humor, which didn't come up tonight. We had some wonderful conversations, and I just want to thank you. God bless and Godspeed. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments?
I'm Berto Navarro, captain with the Florida Fish and Wildlife. And I just wanted to thank Chief Cochin for everything he's done for us. And on behalf of Colonel Brown and Major Roger Young, with our Southwest Region Commander here, we just want to, that's our Major. Just want to thank you so much for everything, Chief, and all you've done for us over the years. I've been here many epiphanies that I've worked with you, and besides that, you've always helped us, and not just the Florida Fish and Wildlife, but all the different agencies in the community and all the sheriff's offices and stuff like that. Anytime we've ever needed anything, you've always been there for us, and we really appreciate that. And I just want to wish you the best in your retirement, and it's a new chapter in your life. Enjoy it. And I'll be following you May 31st. So I know that, Jeff and I have known each other for years. We grew up together, went to the same high school and stuff. And I know that you're going to follow in Chief's footsteps and keep the legacy and the tradition going with the Florida Fish and Wildlife. So I just want to thank you so much for everything, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Berto.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Okay.
Teresa Kondak, and I use the address 444 Huey Avenue. I didn't think I was going to speak tonight, but I don't know how I can stand here and not thank you for being a great chief for Charlie and being such a great role model for the rest of the guys. And on behalf of my family, for being there for us from the beginning, prior to everything that happened after Charlie's sacrifice. But I'm telling you, he earned every penny of quite a few times supporting our family, but we're eternally grateful for everything you did for us. And I know it was really hard for you, and especially the guys that are here. And so we can't thank you enough for being not only a great chief, but a great man for us when we needed you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything either, man, but it's like it was yesterday that we were congratulating you for your promotion. So, wow, time flies, doesn't it? All this time, my goodness. Well, I appreciate what you've done, sir. And like I said that day, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
We have not.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone online, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Chief Cochin, thank you so much. We are now going to the second part of the special ceremony, swearing the police chief Young. Chief Young, if you please come forward with your family to be sworn in.
You can raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
I,
say your name.
Jeffrey P. Young,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and uphold
protect, and
the
uphold
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida,
and the charter and laws
and the charter and laws
of the city of Tarpon
of the
Springs,
city of Tarpon Springs,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold the office
to hold the office
of police chief,
of police chief,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
the duties of that office,
the duties of that office,
which I am now about to enter.
which I am now about to enter.
Congratulations.
I am smiling under the mask, just so you know.
So, Chief, on behalf of the people of Tarpon Springs and the Board of Commissioners here and all the staff, we'd like to thank you for doing.
Woo. Mayor, commissioners, city manager, residents, and my brothers and sisters of the Tarpon Springs Police Department, I am honored and humbled with the trust you have bestowed upon me, selecting me as the next chief of police of what I consider the best damn police department anywhere in the city, which I love. I was 11 years old when my father retired from the New York City Fire Department, and our family moved from Staten Island, New York to Tarpon Springs. That was 1978. I still remember my first days of 7th grade walking up the steps of this building. This was the middle school back then. The room we're in right now is our auditorium. Huh? It was middle school when we were here. Our basketball court was behind those drapes right there. And if you went to school here, you have a story or two about running off the edge of that wall. It's crazy the memories this building holds for me. When I first started with the police department in 1993, the PD was located out back. Once again, the holding cell, chief's office, our read-off room, these were all places I sat in class once before. The clerk's office was actually our cafeteria. It's great memories here. I loved growing up in Tarpon Springs, playing soccer, fishing, golfing, working at Publix back when it was down by where Panera Bread is. Graduating from Tarpon High, class of 1984, go Spongers. Going to St. Petersburg Junior College. I enlisted in the United States Air Force, serving for over 4 years as a security police officer. The service taught me discipline and accountability, helping me grow as a person and making lifelong friends. I met Patty, the love of my life, in the service. We were married, and we had our first daughter while I was in the service. But Patty knew all along, as soon as my tour of duty was up, we were moving to Tarpon Springs, our home. I was sponsored to the police academy by Chief Bergstrom in the Tarpon Springs Police Department. But jobs were tough to come by, and when I graduated from the academy, I took a job with Collier County Sheriff's Office. I told then Lieutenant LaCourse to keep me in mind when a job opening comes available. Unfortunately, that job opportunity came available when this city lost a great leader far too young. Lieutenant LaCourse called, letting me know of the passing of Chief Bergstrom.
and asked if I was ready to come back home. We were here 2 weeks later. Today, things come back around full circle. Standing inside this building, being promoted to chief of police over 40 years from when I first stepped into Tarpon Springs, it's surreal. I pledge to all of you, I will strive every day to make you proud with the decision you made here today. I know I'll be successful, mostly due to the men and women whom I serve alongside. They're simply the best. All I need to do is provide them with the tools, the training, and support to continue their great work. The challenges facing law enforcement today are vast, as are the challenges facing all of society. COVID-19 has shown us all that we are all vulnerable and may be in need of help at one point. I make this promise to all of you and our residents, our business owners, and visitors of Tarpon Springs, that we, the members of the Tarpon Springs Police Department, will always be here to help. To my brothers and sisters in the department, I'm so proud to work alongside such an amazing team. I ask that you continue to doing the great work you do every day and remembering the mission of the Tarpon Springs Police Department of reducing crime and enhancing the quality of life through a cooperative partnership with the community. I truly believe that working together with our community partners, we can overcome any adversities, to include COVID-19, racism, and bigotry of any type. When we work together, we can deliver on our vision of building a better future. I stand committed to continue the great work that those that wore this badge before me had begun. For me, it began with Chief Keith Bergstrom, whose example of professionalism was unmatched. Chief Mark Lacoris, who was a visionary in community policing, starting our Cops and Kids program, which is today a flagship program, and hiring me, which I remind him was his greatest decision. Well, until this one now. This is a little better. Chief Robert Cochin. Chief Cochin, who set the benchmark for which I believe I'll be measured. Through his leadership and direction, our agency became accredited. He led us through our darkest hours with the loss of our fallen brother, Officer Charles Kondak, end of watch, December 21st, 2014. No chief ever wants to have to face this type of tragedy. No family like the Kondaks should ever have to go through a tragedy like this. And thank you all for coming. Love you guys. Chief, your leadership throughout that whole crisis was incredible. And I know very much appreciated by all of us. Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, our sheriff and our brothers and sisters at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office recently suffered the loss of Deputy Michael Maglia, end of watch, February 17th, 2021. Our thoughts and prayers go out to them and Deputy Maglia's wife and children and his entire family. And then early this morning, Tampa Police Department Master Patrol Officer Jesse Madsen was killed in the line of duty. Our thoughts and prayers are with him, his family, and the Tampa Police Department family. May all those killed in a line of duty never be forgotten. Chief Cochin, I can only hope to accomplish half of what you have. Thank you for your leadership, mentorship, and more importantly, your friendship. I love you. To my wife, Patty, Chief said it best, in a career in law enforcement, all our spouses and families, they carry the toll with them. Our three incredible children, Ashley, Alyssa, and Jeffrey, and my son-in-laws, Michael and Key, thank you for your love and support, without which I could never have made it this far in life. I know my parents are looking down with pride. I wish they could be here with us, but I know they're always here with me. To the rest of my family, friends, fellow residents, and my TSPD family, I love you all. Be safe. Now let's get to work.
On behalf of the residents of the city of Tarpon Springs, I have the honor as the mayor to say congratulations, Police Chief Young. We wish you the best of luck going forward in this new leadership role. My fellow Tarponites, Chief Young has deep roots in our community. He knows our neighborhoods very well, and he has the necessary expertise and leadership ability to lead our police department. It takes a special kind of a person to serve as the police chief. I know that our police department is in good hands under his leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not going to say that I know you from high school, but I'm very, very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr.
Chief Young, it's great to see you up at the podium. Congratulations. It was a beautiful sight to see you and your wife up here being sworn in. What a dream come true for you to be able to serve the town that you grew up in and went to high school in. It's an honor to be on the commission with you being sworn in. As you've said, I know you've had plenty of training. You prepared for this day for many years. Now you're going to use all that to help the next generation come up beneath you in that leadership role. As the vice mayor, I'm happy to support what you need. You know, you have the support of the commission behind you for keeping the force to be the best in the state. So thank you for your service, and we're looking forward to working with you for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Terrapin.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief Young, feels good to say that, doesn't it? Feels good to hear it, I'm sure.
Sounds pretty good, except the other Chief Young, he's,
He was a major. He was a major.
he's the fire chief.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, young.
Chief, just in all seriousness, I know this has been for sure a lifetime goal of yours. So I can't tell you how much it means also to be on this commission, to see you sworn in and to be a part of that from a ceremonial standpoint. You've been a leader in this community for a long time, so this should be nothing new for you. But I am excited to see what you do in your new leadership role as chief of police. And I'm sure you'll do great things. You have all of my confidence in the world that you will. And I definitely look forward to being a part of the new things that you implement with the PD, and look forward to supporting you in any way that we can. So again, congratulations, well deserved, and look forward to serving with you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, Chief Young, how lucky we are. I mean, we're losing one of the best to retirement, and we're getting one of the best immediately to fill that role internally. You know, choosing you as the next police chief is probably the easiest, most popular decision that I think we've had being on the board. I'm going to ask that we repeat this ceremony before every single meeting just to set the tone. But really, I mean, your reputation in town has been earned. You've been such a professional. You've been so fantastic to work with. Everybody knows how great your character is, and you got all my confidence in the world. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Vatiqueros.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Chief Young, with every change of command, there's a sad aspect to it. You know, you lose one leader and you gain another. And I remember I was already at the city when Chief Bergstrom passed away, and also the hiring of the new police chief down at the very end, who's now city manager. So I've known you for a long time, 25 years, and I've always known that you would achieve greatness, whether it was at the Tarpon Springs Police Department or somewhere else. And recently I've been trying to figure out why. I've not really had to worry about that because now I'm a commissioner and you're going to be police chief. I wanted to try and understand why that would be the case. And fortunately for me, my experiences with you have always been waiting in line at an intersection, watching you direct traffic. And I'm not going to talk about how good you do at that, but you know, whether you're a police officer, a sergeant, captain, major, you were always willing to do that. But the most important asset, which I believe you have, is your smile and your positive attitude. And not your badge or your uniform. And then what follows is your ability to get people to do what you want them to do without needing your badge or your uniform. And so I think in the future, you need to remember that. And it's just an observation on my part. Again, as I mentioned to Chief Cochin, there's going to be good times and bad times in this career as police chief. You've already experienced it, I'm sure, as a patrolman and a member of the Tarpon Springs Police Department. But it's a great organization to be a part of. There's a lot of history to it. Rube Jones, I remember my earliest was Nick Pappas, and it goes beyond that. And now you're part of Tarpon Springs history, as Chief Cochin has been. So congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to do a terrific job.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. We are now going to the public comments. If anybody has any comments, please come to the podium, state your name, your address for the record. Are there any public comments? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk.
I'm sorry, say it again, sir. No, not you. 1 second, please. Mark, do we have anybody online?
We do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Lou Esposito. I live on South Spring Boulevard. And I know Jeff when he was as high as your office there. And all the things that he said before, you know, as I thought back, because we lived next to him when they moved here, and all the things that he did in soccer, working in the restaurants, growing up, going into service, doing all those things, going into the police department, coming to Tarpon Springs. And I used to sit with his father and say, someday he'll be chief of police. And there he is. You know, and Jeff, I'm just so glad that he has the opportunity, or you people have the opportunity to put him in a position that he's in. And it's an exceptional position. There's no doubt in my mind that he will do every bit of what Chief Cochin has done and probably go beyond that, because that's what's in him. So thank you so much for promoting him.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments?
I wasn't prepared to say anything, but my name's Robert Riley. I happen to be Jeff's uncle. His mother was my sister, Winnie. And I knew Jeff naturally all his life. He's been a fine gentleman. I go back when he first got married and was up in New York State, and I lived in Staten Island. And on his way back to Florida, he stopped at my house with his new wife and baby, Ashley. So there's some great memories there, Jeff. I don't know what else to say, but I had to come up and say something. I didn't prepare something.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay. Good luck there, everybody.
Are there any other public comments?
My name is Zach Brett, 555 Hickory Nut Avenue in Oldsmar. I'm captain or Chief Young's nephew. I just wanted to say I'm super proud of him. He's always been a huge role model for me, even when I was a little kid. I went to Tarpon Middle, Tarpon High, and just it would just be great always having him there. And never heard anything bad about him from anybody, only great things. And I wish you the best of luck, and I love you to death. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I hear none. We are going to take 5 minutes recess, and thank you all for being here tonight. If you please take your seats. Reconvene our BOC meeting at 6:43 PM. Before we go to the public comments, I'd like to remind to everyone that in order to have productive meeting with professionalism and based on the city code, all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner with respect without a personal attacks. And I would like to thank you all for your cooperation. So now we're going to the public comments of the items that will not be discussed tonight. If anyone has any comments, please come to the podium, state your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Good evening. Could I just take a minute to congratulate our former chief and new chief before I start my comments? I wanted to make sure that I congratulated Chief Cochin on his retirement and wish you lots of luck. And of course, Chief Young on your promotion. Rhea Sieber, 828 and 830 Dodecanese. I'm here tonight on behalf of our merchants again of Tarpon Springs, who've been reaching out to me in reference to having events in town. I don't know if the board of the Merchants Association has reached out to the city. They've not communicated that. We've not had any feedback. So a lot of the merchants are antsy. They're worried. They've had great losses, and they approached me to come and speak on their behalf, and we do have some merchants here. So that's what I'm up here for. We all understand the dangers of the virus, and but now with increased vaccines and decreases in numbers of infections, we feel it's time to start thinking about our economy in Tarpon Springs. Tarpon Springs is tourist-driven. Our business owners depend on tourists to make a living. As you probably know, our businesses suffered devastating losses last year. We were shut down, season never happened, and our streets were empty. Business owners reported losses of 50% to 100%. Bars and breweries were forced to close for 6 months. And I know that feeling because I was one of those bars. Yet our expenses didn't go away. We still had to pay our mortgages or rents. We had to pay our taxes to the city. Those didn't go away. Our utilities, insurance, just, continue like usual. If you can just imagine any one of you losing half your salary, would you be able to still make your household expenses? Not only did our business owners have to make their household expenses, but also had their business expenses. So they had to pay rent or mortgage and utilities and all those things for 1, 2, 3 businesses, because we do have owners that have more than one business in town. We're very fortunate right now to have some snowbirds here, and we're thrilled to have their business. But European, Latin American, and Canadian travelers are not here because they can't travel. So we are not even close to recovering our losses from last year. This is why we need to do all we can to attract visitors to Tarpon. The state and surrounding communities are allowing events. Our surrounding communities are having events all over the place. They know how important it is for their businesses to survive. All of our events were canceled last year, and we don't see any events scheduled this year. We have vacant stores, buildings, strip centers, and shopping centers in Tarpon. We don't need any more vacancies. The stores may be busy right now, especially on weekends, but we all know that the slow season is coming. In about another month or so, the snowbirds will return home, and then we have the months of slow or very little business. Most of us are open 7 days a week, 12 months a year, but we depend on season and events to get us through the year. When I was president of the Merchants Association, we created many of the events in town and scheduled them during off-season. We needed to bring visitors to Tarpon, and some of our most popular events, like the Hippie Fest, Seafood Fest, and Latin Fest, and the Music Fest, are during these slow months. Many of the visitors coming to these events are recurring because they love our events and our city and come back to our events every year. They also come back and visit stores throughout the year. So as we bring people into Tarpon Springs, it's not a one-time thing. Many of them really do come back, and that's why we want to have events to attract visitors and to make Tarpon Springs more fun for our residents. Our residents also love our events and are complaining that we're not having them. They're visiting surrounding communities who are having events and are spending their dollars outside of Tarpon. They're asking why. Could I have your time, or are you talking? Okay. They're asking why. Sorry.
Would you please state his name? State his name,
Mr.
please.
Salavaris, Dimitri Salavaris.
Thank you, thank you.
They're asking why we're not having events. And they prefer to spend their money locally in Tarpon Springs and go to Palm Harbor or Newport Richey or St. Petersburg or even Tampa. Our businesses report higher revenues during events, which also include food trucks. Some think that food trucks hurt our restaurants, but any event that brings visitors to town also brings business to our local stores and restaurants. I know that 2 restaurants I'm affiliated with have increases of 30% plus in revenue with a street full of event people or food trucks or any kind of businesses. And my business on the sponge docks is able to get through off season because of our events. And that's many of us on the sponge docks. We depend on paying our rent off of those popular events that bring people to Tarpon Springs. We desperately need events to start back up, and the decision needs to be made as soon as possible to allow us time to start planning our summer events with the help of our Merchants Association. We would like you to please consider adding this to your next agenda so that a decision can be made as quickly as possible. We welcome any feedback from any of you or Mr. LaCouris. Several people went around and got signatures from businesses around the community, both on the sponge docks and downtown. So I have, 5 or 6 pages of business owners who signed these pages that I'd like to pass on to you or to Irene or whoever wants them. But again, we just urge you to think about our losses and how we have to recover. And we just don't want more people going out of business in Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So for those of you that weren't aware, last week, the city held a work session meeting where they discussed the rules and procedure of their own board as well as the other volunteer boards in the city. One of the most important things that they did not discuss was allowing emails to be considered public comment. Didn't come up once. They discussed emails only as if they were letters to each commissioner. But they didn't bother to say, well, what if, there's a pandemic like we have now, and people want to feel safe giving public comment at the beginning of the meeting or during any item. We have a procedure for that. We need to have something consistent, a policy that's consistent. On January 12th, 3 commissioners voted to shut down the voice of the people because they said they didn't want their emails to be read aloud at the January 15th meeting. Now that vote failed. Thank God that vote failed because one of the commissioners was supposed to be recused. So those emails got read aloud anyway, but there were still some 50 plus that didn't get read. So the First Amendment is under attack here in Tarpon Springs. We can't have that. We need to allow every citizen the right to be heard here. And if they can't get here for the meetings, they need their emails to be read aloud so that everybody can hear what these people have to say. And you can't have some namby-pamby, well, maybe you don't want to read them for one item, but maybe another, right? Too many. There was too many against that Anclote Harbor project. They didn't want you guys to hear how many. Hundreds. Hours and hours of pre-recorded
The clerk read them aloud, pre-recorded it, and they weren't going to let you hear that. So we can't have this, and then to violate the city code. They voted on it during board comments. It says clearly in the code, it was right up there on that screen last Thursday. Can't vote on stuff that other people might need to talk about, comment on. Can't do it. But that's when you voted to shut down those emails. You voted at a point in time at the end of the meeting when nobody could talk. And it says it right there in the city code. It also says in the city code that the city manager is supposed to let affected parties know that they're going to have their issues heard here at this board. Nobody bothered to tell me they were trying to kick me off of my board for no reason. They only told me when that item was removed. They didn't tell any of the board members, of all the 74 board members of all the boards, that this was going to be on Thursday's meeting. 74 people. They were not notified. They're affected. So people that are affected by your decisions need to be told. Somebody here needs to be doing their job and notifying people. Can't sneak around behind people's backs. And pretty much all of you knew about that Enclosed Harbor thing years in advance. Nobody said anything to me about it. You knew I was affected by it because I had spoke here about an illegal annexation of the Keystone property. I brought up the Tarpon Prod, the Walmart property. So you can't pretend that I wasn't affected by this Enclosed Harbor thing. And I ran into a number of you while I was working on helping somebody restore their house. Never brought it up. Never mentioned a word to me about it, but you knew about it. I've got 2 minutes coming from Mr. Brian Cruzado. Go ahead. So that brings us to another point. The vice mayor at Thursday's meeting suggested that you not be allowed to donate your 2 minutes to me. He wanted it to be reduced to 1 minute. 1 minute. He's getting so tired, apparently, of hearing from public opposition that he wants to lessen the amount of time that we get to speak here. First Amendment is under attack here in Tarpon. We can't have this. You have to listen to the people. You're supposed to follow the people. What good does that do? And none of you have to take any of this stuff personally. I'm talking about you as your jobs as officials here. We can go out and have a beer or a coffee or whatever. You run into me on the street, we can talk like civilized people. Doesn't have to be all this, threatening people and animosity towards each other. It's got nothing to do with it. Doesn't matter what you do in your own private life, same as mine. Well, when it comes to your public service, you need to be doing what the public says. You need to be doing things for the public, not just for yourselves or your buddies or whatever is going on here. I don't know what it is. But it can't be allowed to stand. We can't keep having a city like this. And I know you don't, if you thought about it for a moment, you wouldn't want to live like it in a city like that either. You would want a city that listens to its people, does what its people are asking. And that's all we ask. It's not too much to ask for democracy in Tarpon Springs. Like I said that before, the Greeks invented democracy. You think that, the Greek capital of the United States, we would actually try to promote democracy, not tear it down, flip it upside down and around. And look, you need to make sure that emails equal public comment and put that in as policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Jackie Turner at 792 Chesapeake Drive. First wanted to congratulate Chief Cochin and Chief Young. Best wishes on the new chapters in their lives, and thanks for their, continued service. And I did want to thank the commission for convening the work group that we had last week to address changes to the rules of our volunteer boards. I do support this endeavor, but I did find the timing a bit curious as the city attorney had brought this to the commission nearly 4.5 years ago. What I wanted to suggest is as you move through this process, to please don't lose sight that the end product is intended to become part of our city code. So these rules will live beyond the tenure of this commission, live beyond the tenure of board members like myself. So we need to avoid the temptation to write rules that work today, but may require some lengthy and complicated revisions, down the road, maybe not in the not too distant future, as the makeup of our community and our boards change. That's something we're keenly aware of as a member of the Board of Adjustments, that our decisions, they stay with the property, not the person. So these codes that you're addressing, they stay with the city in that same spirit. There's several things that you're addressing, which, like I said, are very relevant and important. One of them was talking about term limits. I am certainly in favor of finding consistency in this area, but I feel we need to make some allowances for instances where the city simply can't identify available and qualified citizens to serve in these seats. So I'm concerned that if there are these limits are too restrictive, that we could have boards that can't make a quorum or are comprised of only 3 members who may be too new to these positions to understand the details and the nuances of the business at hand in front of these boards. As you know, COVID has, dealt us a rough hand, and we haven't had the Citizens Academy for quite some time. And that's the feeder for these boards. So that's going to greatly affect the commission's ability to identify candidates who would be appropriate for these boards and give them the chance to be educated on what the city is about and what that service means. So if we put too tight of restrictions on these things, then we're going to risk having a negative impact on our fellow citizens. Like I said, I'm on the Board of Adjustments. If we don't make quorum, Mayor, you served on that board. What happens? You have an applicant that's looking to put an addition on their house, and they have to wait another month. So I don't want to do that to our neighbors, and I know y'all don't want to do that either. So I do understand that this is a very big undertaking since it's been on your to-do list for quite some time. So if I could suggest that you consider maybe appointing a Citizens Advisory Committee or task force to review these issues and help make recommendations for your consideration. This committee could be comprised of members of our various boards because we do understand the unique nature of the services that we provide. By providing this forum of a task force, you're not only going to benefit from our knowledge, from our service on the boards, but you'll also have the advantage to be able to deflect any potential public criticism that you made decisions about these boards without consulting with or fully understanding the positions of the people who actually serve and do that work. So if you do consider forming such a task force, may I also suggest that you give them a firm timeline for submission of their final recommendations. I think that we could get that done in under 4.5 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue, and so we start this with no interruptions. I have Miss Lori Chiracos and Miss Wendy Cruzado donating time for me this evening, which will give me 8 minutes. You may start the clock, Irene. So I come to you many times. In fact, probably the last month or 6 weeks, I've mostly only spoken about Scripture. Words of God to try to enlighten you, to open your minds. So the last meeting before I came, I said a prayer at my altar. And I was told to bring my robe and loosen my hair to get you guys, maybe to get your attention. Wasn't a joke. I'm not trying to play Jesus, as some people may have thought, just to get your awareness. So, I won't bother you with full passages tonight, but we will start with one. Proverbs 8:7-9. My mouth speaks to what is true, for my lips detest wickedness. All the words of my mouth are just. None of them is crooked or perverse. To the discerning, all of them are right. They are faultless to those who have knowledge. Second one will come in a little bit. So, two previous speakers talking about public comments. So we're going to talk a little bit about that work session y'all had on March 4th, where you cut the people out. There are 9 people here I counted. One was the reporter, another was and 7 other people that could have spoken. You have workshops to gather information. And yet, during that workshop, you didn't allow people to speak, and I'm going to get to a point. But first, about 2 hours in, the mayor says public comments are too long. Too long. Do you want to eliminate the time donation? Cut it down from 2 to 1. Well, if we didn't get the donation and each of those 3 people wanted to speak, you'd be here for 16 minutes versus a 10. So you choose which you want, 16 or 10. Then it was discussed earlier about setting a time limit for her public hearings to begin at 7:30, which makes sense. But then during public comments, you want to change the rules and throw in a whole bunch of new comments because you don't want to hear these comments. Oh, let people who want to speak on an agenda item speak during the regular comments. No, let them speak then, because they may want to hear what the information is being presented, because there's no backup out there to read what's going to be talked about. So they may want to stay and listen to see what the board says, and then they'll formulate their comments and share them with you. It was talked about it being more efficient, maybe more efficient in cutting out the public comments as Ms. Sieber brought forward, or Jackie, or Chris, or I, or Panayoti to follow. So you get a few other people to come in talking about Agenda 12, and it takes up that hour. And then if you want to finish public comments, you got to wait around to the end of the meeting. Stop that bullshit. Or correction, bullcocky. Because we're not allowed to cuss. That's right, I forgot. Sorry, Lord. So we're going to go to Proverbs 19, 20 to 21. 19, 20, 20. Oh. Listen to advice and accept instruction, and in the end, you will be wise. Many are the plans in a man's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Now to the second part of the meeting. Resolutions or ordinance. Commissioner Vattiokis brought up a good point about having a process for discussing items on the agenda, whether you discuss them first or motion, and you went back between 153 and 154, one's for an ordinance, one's for a resolution. You have many items on your agenda that aren't ordinances or resolutions or public hearings. So that was what his point was, and y'all missed it. Now, referencing how do we codify this information? Well, they're already in the codes. It specifies specifically what you can and can't do. And my big thing about what y'all were talking about, a resolution, it only takes one reading. So you didn't allow us to talk at the workshop, then you bring it on a resolution. We maybe read it that weekend, or we won't see it up here. And then you pass it that night. Your rules need to be in the ordinances as they are. And don't worry about saving $285 for advertising. Y'all spent almost $2 million between buying the Sun Bay, the Hoffman property, tearing down the Sun Bay. So don't worry about spending $300-400 for an advertising ordinance. It puts it in the ordinances where the people can see it, as Mr. Trask said. And as Irene said, they go in the ordinances. Don't be so cheap. Y'all have no problem spending money elsewhere. I like this one. Proverbs 29, 1-4. A man who remains stiff-necked after many rebukes will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. When the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. And when the wicked rule, the people groan. A man who loves wisdom brings joy to his father, but a companion of prostitutes squanders his wealth. And by justice, a king gives a country stability, but one who is greedy for bribes tears it down. So I'll close with saying, quit trying to limit your constituents' ability to let you know how they feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. These are all my own thoughts and expressions. Anybody donating their time and simply just doing that. Mr. Jump, can you verify my mother, Maria Koulias, and Otto Biltris is online to donate their time for me?
If they can please raise their hand, I'll allow them in and they can identify themselves. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Maria Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue.
Thank you. And Mr. Biltris, if you can unmute yourself and identify yourself.
Otto Biltris, 1272 Jasmine Lake Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Okay, I will begin. Good evening, Tarponites. I first wanted to touch up with the Merchants Association and their concerns. I did read that one quote from the CDC guidelines stating for any special events, up to 1,000 people can attend. And that was all types of special events by the CDC guidelines. I used that scenario towards Epiphany with, I was personally frustrated as an individual Orthodox Christian, how the city tried to limit us to 500 and then 800 people when the CDC guidelines was set at 1,000 for special events. There should be no reason why that can't happen with coordination with the Merchants Association. That way we can bring our economy back up and help small businesses. I did want to state my disappointment for Commissioner Carr posting a citizen's email. I understand it was a public email. I get all that, but I wish you would disclose all the emails I send to the board about the progress we're trying to do. That way the people can see that we're not just up here criticizing everybody. We're trying to make a difference. And I also want to congratulate city staff on starting this citizen engagement website. We did bring it up several times that this city hall needs more citizen engagement, more awareness. They need to spend more money on advertising to the people what's going on, or a lot of things may slip up from underneath us. So I have a few updates regarding your hard work, citizens, and a better Tarpon Springs. I want to thank Dan Herring from the Finance Department because he confirmed March 1st, 2021 via email. There is a water and waste rate study currently being done that will be presented to the board in April. And if approved, the new rates will take effect October this year. I have every reason to believe it will be a cheaper rate. As a matter of fact, I'd put my life on it. We've constantly complained about the 10 to 20% premium that we pay for our water waste management. It's been several years, so I'm happy that the study's getting done. Now, the truth is, Tarponites, you all made this happen. We heard your concerns, your frustrations, and we took action. We spoke for you, and our intentions were good and true. I'm going to play back some of the tapes. This is the April 14th, 2020 meeting, which actually both Commissioner Vaticiotis and Rhea Seeber were on the board right at the same time during the switch.
Premiums we citizens pay on water and waste management that can be reduced. 12, using social media.
Okay. This was the December 3rd, 2020 meeting, which that was during the special auditor interview time.
Orders to ask right away to the finance department, the premium that we pay on water and waste management. It is rumored to be anywhere between 10 to 20%. I would ask if that is the case, drop it back down right away for the citizens of Tarpon Springs. It will help their everyday lives. Don't get caught up in this mess afterwards once we have this internal auditor, because it's not going to look good for everybody.
And the final one was actually January 26th, 2021 this year.
But there's a water and waste management that a premium that we pay on. It's anywhere between 10 to 20%. If that's the case, Mr. Herring, our finance director, we need to get that adjusted right away. There should be no reason why citizens are paying a 20% increase on their water and waste management. It's your job all to find a way to balance the budget, not take or actually steal from us as citizens.
So I found out about this rate study that was happening after I watched a week later the BAC meeting, the Budget Advisory Committee, and there wasn't enough questions asked. That is the first line of defense, and just questioning the budget top to bottom. There needs to be more stuff. And, you know, citizens, we've been fighting for you, and persistence pays off. Tarpon Springs, the reduced water and waste rate will help everyone. Residents, business owners, property owners, realtors, and it's all because you made it happen. Keep up the good work, Tarpon Springs. You all are on fire. Now, I hope you guys really start taking us seriously. I really do. I mean, you guys see the momentum that's building and you can't deny it. My other main focus for the public comments today, I want to focus on the building department and permitting. Tarpon Springs investigative reporters received the following information on how dragged out and slow the permitting process is. It bothers me Tarponites and their contractors who want to remodel or build their dream homes in Tarpon Springs have to wait so long for permit approval. This is Tarpon Springs, and if we are a full self-service city, then we need to be up to date with our technology and software platforms in all of our departments, especially the building department. We have to speed it up for our contractors, and we have to get Tarpon Springs out of the archaic 20th century way of handwritten applications. It should not take 60 days for setup plans and permitting to be reviewed. Then another 60 days if you forget to provide a document. If you guys need more, if we need more employees in the department to speed up the process, we need to get it done. We need a software platform that you fill out all the permits and paperwork for all departments online. We should have all these documents in PDF format so contractors can fill them out with their PDF editors and email back. And we don't want to hear the excuse software is too much money and the conversion is expensive. Find a way to purchase the software and bring Tarpon Springs and its contractors into the modern age. We need to have a checklist where you can upload the documents for each item. That way the process is streamlined and faster. And we need electronic formats for all permits and documents in all departments. So really, there's a lot of topics I'm going to be speaking on tonight on different agenda items today, but that's all I have for today. But most importantly, Tarpon Springs, don't let anyone tell you you can't make a difference in this community, because we are all leaders in our own way. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Do you have any other public comments? I hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
We have. The first one. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and City staff. I write to you this evening in regard to issues that have over time become quite concerning to me and in recent weeks have exceeded my threshold to remain silent. My opinion and the opinion of many in our community is that free speech constraints at the BOC meetings have become increasingly stringent and Orwellian. I may not always agree with what is said by the public in these meetings. However, I must defend the right of those to say it. The board has frequently interrupted, publicly denounced, and outright shut down speakers for speech decreed as inadmissible. Reasons given range from an individual is not a public official to no personal attacks are allowed. With regard to the former, I am of the opinion that any person who decides to represent a client in a controversial public hearing makes themselves a public person, and that speech that arises from or due to the fact should not only be considered admissible in this form, but should be expected by those involved. With regard to the latter, I will give you not my opinion, but the opinion of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. In an opinion written in Leventhal versus Vista Unified School District, where the court invalidated a school district bylaw that prohibited the public at school board meetings from criticizing employees, they stated, "It seems clear that the bylaw's prohibition on criticism of district employees is a content-based regulation. It is equally clear that the district's concerns and interests in prescribing public commentary cannot outweigh the public's fundamental right to engage in robust public discourse on the issues. State and federal courts alike are extremely wary of regulations that prohibit criticism or personal attacks against government officials. Truthfully, they hold speech that is critical of government officials with the greatest regard. Furthermore, the de facto requirement of parliamentarian address by this board may not be difficult for an attorney or a politician, but it could be argued that it is indeed difficult for the general public and limits speech by those not trained in or able to maintain the style of address, and that its requirement may be intentional for that exact purpose. Moreover, it is what I have seen recently that I consider to be the most egregious, callous, and retaliatory. This board, at the recommendation of Commissioner Carr, actually considered removing a member from a volunteer board because of critical speech he has aimed at some commissioners. I do not know Mr. Chris Hrabowski personally. It is my understanding that he has been on the Board of Adjustments for quite a long time. He was praised by his colleagues for his exemplary performance. The mere consideration of such a retaliatory move due to critical speech is most shocking and quite frankly repulsive to me. This type of reckless and overt abuse of power is unbecoming of a representative of the great citizens of Tarpon Springs. The indifference and apathy Commissioner Carr demonstrated during the last BOC meeting was almost as offensive as his initial transgression, eating food and looking completely unbothered as citizens like Mike Eisner and others echoed the sentiments of many in this community. The hostile consideration with which this board has shown toward dissenting opinions, concerns, criticism, advice, and displays from the public is extremely concerning. This board serves at the pleasure of the great citizens of our city, and this cannot be overlooked. There needs to be reset in the attitudes with which the citizens of Tarpon Springs are held in by our leaders. My fear is not that the citizens are losing confidence in individual commissioners, nor is it that the city is opening itself to city civil liability. Through that should be of concern to many up here. Rather, it is that we are slowly eroding the trust we, the citizens, have placed in the institution of our local government. Best regards, Nicholas Tabas. The next one. As a resident of Pinellas County, I believe the 74 acres of pristine, environmentally sensitive land along the Anclote River and Tarpon Springs should be preserved for future generations and remain undeveloped. Thank you, Lisa Mulrin. And that is all the emails I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time.
Good evening, all. It's Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive, Tarpon Springs. I been listening to what's been going on. I apologize that I haven't been able to show up this evening. At first, I would like to say that I want to congratulate Chief Cochin and also Chief Young. I watched the ceremony and everything was really done well. You guys were very professional and you all did a good job. I was very proud to watch you. Unfortunately, the call that I have to make tonight is not as professional. I'm listening to what Chris Obrowski had to say, and I agree with every single thing that he had said. I watched and listened to what Jackie Turner said, and I couldn't agree and speak about anything more. I'm listening to these emails, and I'm trying to figure out what is it that is the reason that we're shutting down free speech. All you guys up there have to have your own confidence level. I don't know any one of you up there that doesn't have the confidence to handle a little bit of static from a resident. So why are we shutting down free speech? I have to share, I was very embarrassed to see that an email from a private citizen was placed on Facebook. I had to make a comment. How could you take somebody's private Facebook, private email and put it on Facebook? That is just embarrassing. I know it's public if somebody could pull it, but they have to go out of their way to pull it. To put it on Facebook is disgusting. I don't understand where we're going with this. You guys have to have thicker skin. I don't understand it. The other thing I have to understand is, how is it that you have a workshop and you don't have any input from the people who are doing the job supporting you in your decisions? I mean, Jackie Turner, Chris Obrowski, myself, and plenty others have a ton of experience in handling quasi-judicial hearings, which is what has caused this big fight. And I just don't understand that you guys you're just doing whatever you want to do. And I know you have the position to do it, but do you want to have the residents' support behind you? Or do you want to have the residents coming up every single 2 weeks where the mayor has to say, please be civil, please watch your comments? I've never heard you say that before, Mayor. The reason you're saying it now is because you're having to defend the board that you're sitting on. And this is not right. None of us want to get up here and have to tear at you. Nobody wants to speak poorly about you. We want to be proud of you. But you have to show that you're working for us and not for yourselves. And I don't mean that financially. My last thing that I want to say is other towns have events going on, and it's about time we open up for our own events. This is getting silly. Half the people walk around, don't have masks. They do whatever they want. I mean, the CDC can't say it's okay to have an event in Dunedin and in Clearwater and St. Pete, but not in Tarpon Springs. So we have to be the ones making that decision, and that's ridiculous. I thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there to be in person tonight.
Mr. Job, do you have anybody else online?
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands this time, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to the presentations. Item number 1 is a discussion, smart code and special area plan updates. Staff report, Mr. Licorice.
That's Renee Benson will be giving this report.
I think you have to ask Mark to do it.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I revised this presentation a little bit from last week. I'm actually glad it was deferred because it occurs to me that it would probably be good to do a little more background on, some of you were involved. I know Commissioner Terrapini was, Commissioner Carr, the mayor, when the whole SMART code and the special area plan were developed and adopted back in over the course of a couple of years and ultimately adopted in 2011. So the special area plan is actually a policy document that's part of the future land use of the and serves like as the comprehensive plan, if you will. It's a policy document for the special area plan. The Transect-based infill redevelopment plan, which we kind of know as the SMART code, is really the day-to-day regulating document. So it serves in place as the land development code and regulates how property is developed in that boundary. The amendments, and this was really just for discussion tonight, for the board's consideration. Some of them, you may want to move forward with, some you may not, some you just want me to bring back and do additional information, get additional information. The updates include updates to the coastal high hazard area maps. So those really need to be done. Maps that are in the plan are out of date. So that's really critical so that we have good information going out to the public. There are amendments that are related to addressing the project needs for the Tarpon Avenue property that's on the CRA, the Forbes property, and how we can secure the density that's needed as that project is currently proposed. We have incentives, potential incentives for what we call missing middle types of housing, which is really is something that's really being pushed at the countywide level and by Ford Pinellas. We do want to correct some inconsistencies between the special area plan and the SMART code, that just things that we've discovered through using it over time. And then some minor amendments, but things that are really problematic. The conditional use provision for single family homes, I think was something that was included that really has run its course and is really not necessary. So we'll walk through these in a little more detail. So as I said, the special area plan is the policy document, and it consists of 10 character districts. And those character districts kind of set the envelope for development. And so you can see there's a Sponge Docks character district. You have the Uptown district, downtown Gateway, Spring Bayou, South Pinellas Avenue, South Safford, and then the South Gateway. The companion document then, the Transect-based, the infill regulating plan, has the Transect zone map. And these are a little more fine-grained. So you'll see like the character district for the downtown has several different Transect zones that make up that district. So this gives us a little finer gradation between uses and heights and intensity and stuff throughout the boundary. So just for edification, if it's in color, it's part of the special area plan and it's part of the infill regulating plan or the SMART code. So now I'm kind of walking through the amendments for discussion purposes. I spoke about the coastal high hazard area. When the plan was originally adopted, the parcels that you see with these hatch patterns or the stripe patterns are all parcels that were originally identified as being in the coastal high hazard area when the plan was adopted. So as such, and I know you can't read this at this scale, even though we had these higher residential densities in the special area plan for a lot of these character districts, they are limited, they were capped when the special area plan was adopted at the densities that existed at that point in time. So like the Sponge Docks area, that was mostly commercial general. So what was in the comprehensive plan and the future land use designations at that point in time, basically those are still the cap for residential density because we cannot increase residential density in the coastal high hazard area. So since then, in 2016, a new coastal high hazard area map was adopted by Pinellas County and the regional planning councils. So the parcels that are in solid colors that have been added to this are all parcels that are now identified as coastal high hazard area properties. So these properties now are capped at the densities that were established in the special area plan. So this is just so that people using the plan know that regardless of what density might be in a character district, you're capped now at whatever this is. You can't go above it. All the things that are in all the properties that's in white in here are not in the coastal high hazard area. So another potential change to consider, and this is allowing a density transfer between coastal high hazard area properties. When this was originally adopted, and it's already in the special area plan now, we allowed density transfers between properties that are not in the coastal high hazard area. And the way that this works, I'm going to fast forward, go to another slide here. So, so for example, in the Uptown District, and I'm just using, this is from the special area plan. So these are the limitations, if you will, for this district, for the Uptown District. So every district has a base density. Every district has a floor area ratio. Every district has a non-residential floor area ratio. These are maximums. And then you also have a max density, which is meant to be a max density by transfer. So the way it was set up was we knew that when the special area code and the SMART plan were being adopted, or the special area plan and the SMART code, I should say, were being adopted, we knew that we were creating some conditions where you could have unintended consequences that, like a historic property that's developed that we want to preserve, suddenly may have more development potential and it could become very attractive for it to be torn down. So we set up the density transfer provisions to provide a mechanism for a property owner to actually hopefully preserve their property, because they could capture that density and they could transfer it to a property that needs to be developed and hopefully preserve a property that, like a historic property that we want to keep. So that was the logic behind when it was adopted. Again, so it was only allowed for properties that are not in the coastal hazard area. So let me go back, oops, to my map. So one provision to discuss for potentially is to allow density within the coastal hazard area to be transferred between properties. Reason being for this, and what my rationale would be, is that because we can't ever increase density in these areas, period, we need to be able to at least capture the density that we have if we're going to continue to grow the downtown and in this area and redevelop. That's and we've had inquiries from property owners, hoping to try to be able to develop something, but even with the allowances that they have, they can't make a project work. So one or two density, additional units on a property might make it feasible. So that's a discussion point. The next change to be discussed is the concept of the all-inclusive floor area ratio, and we started to discuss that a little bit last week. Currently, this is a little recap of what I just talked about. So right now, residential projects are limited by the density that's established. They're limited by, as well as the floor area ratio, the max floor area ratio. You can't do both. Let me put it that way. A mixed use project is limited by density and the non-residential FAR. So the intent, again, we were trying to, this max FAR was an attempt to incentivize mixed use projects and get the residential. So if you're doing a non-residential only project, straight commercial, it has a lower FAR. So the incentive behind this was, we'll provide a higher FAR to incentivize a mixed use and make it more, make it more enticing if we can get the residential. So, so these were things that were set up in the code originally. So one proposed change, and this is specifically to address the Forbes property. One way to get to a project that is being proposed, since the existing residential density on the property is only 3 units, is to allow an all-inclusive floor area ratio. And that would allow them to do smaller units and be able to use that maximum FAR and do the project. And working within the same envelope and the same building heights and everything just gives them flexibility and would remove that density cap that's there. So that's one way to address the limitations that are currently in the code regarding that particular project. As this is currently drafted, and what I provided to you, the intent was that the all-inclusive FAR could be allow that throughout the special area plan. Obviously, you can choose to do something much more restrictive or not at all, if there's another way to deal with the density that's needed on the Forbes property. So you could, alternatively, you could, choose the districts where you would like to, maybe allow that incentive to happen. Some additional changes, the Uptown District, which let me go back and show you where I'm talking about so that you know. This is more of a cleanup issue. The Uptown District, which is this area here, so it's the North Tarpon between downtown and the docks, but really the area between Safford and Alt 19, known as the Uptown District. For reasons that I do not know, the density by transfer on this was set at 16, the maximum density. Another district that is actually less intense by the way it's set up is the Spring Bayou District, and it has 18. The 16 is odd. I just don't know where it came from, and it's inconsistent with the associated transit code district. So just recommending that this go to 18 to be compatible with, at least in line with the Spring Bayou District. There's also 18, because this district is supposed to be more intense than the Spring Bayou District. So that's a cleanup issue. The base density doesn't change. It's 12 units to the acre. So again, you only tap that by the density transfer provision. Oh, something else I wanted to talk about with just on the all-inclusive floor area ratio. Something that's very important to note with the all-inclusive FAR, it cannot be used inside the coastal high hazard area. So the only place that, if that's adopted in its entirety, are these parcels that you see in white. You can't, because at that point, if you allow, that you still can't go over the density that's set in those districts if it's in the coastal high hazard area. So that's an important point to note. So anywhere down in, anything that's striped or colored, it's coastal high hazard area. So the all-inclusive FAR will not really do much for you there. It may give you some flexibility, but you still are going to be capped at the density that's you have on that parcel. This is just another inconsistency cleanup. In the special area plan, the accessory dwelling unit size is 440 square feet. In the SMART code, it's 500. We just want to amend that to be consistent. Would prefer to go to the 500 just for consistency purposes. The next kind of major topic to talk about are the concept of missing middle. And missing middle is it's a planning term, so to speak, that's come about in the last probably 10 years. And it really speaks to providing, or incentivizing they call it gentle density as well. So things that accommodate like duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. For us, we're more at this end of the spectrum as opposed to this end of the spectrum. Something that's important to note that the housing types, they're already in the SMART code. So what the provisions that we would be interested in would be to, again, provide a little bit of flexibility and incentive for these smaller home development. The more affordable, the more attainable. So the proposal would be, for something that's specified as a missing middle, and we spell out what those types would be. The tiny homes, duplex, multiplex, clustered, bungalow courts, townhouses, and live work units. So those are already in the smart code. They would by default be considered missing middle. And so you would get a very modest parking reduction from 1.5 to 1 space per unit. And then the other proposal then again would be the ability to use the all-inclusive FAR so that you can get flexibility on the site. Again, that would not apply in the coastal high hazard area. So now taking a dramatic turn to something else. If you recall during the discussions around the pinch a penny, we wrestled with what are the right ways and the right context to elevate structures that have to be elevated because of base flood elevation requirements. So the staff did some research, and so we've provided a draft set of guidelines for how we can hopefully best ensure that when we do have to elevate structures to meet base flood, that they do it in a manner that maintains the character of the district and the walkability and the urban fabric. And we're proposing that, and again, these are principles. These are not hard and fast things that you must do, but it's more to provide guidance to both us as staff, the board, the reviewing boards, as well as the public, so that they can understand. So we talk about, excuse me, we did the wrong button. Strategies, for maintaining the visual connectivity, facade articulation, ensuring that neighborhood character is observed. We talk about proper ways for entry stairs to be configured. The concept of having an interior stairs into a higher elevation inside the building, so that you have what appears to be a uniform building at the street front. So I didn't put this in great detail in the slideshow. It's in very good detail in the actual draft document. So again, we're trying to just provide guidelines for the best way to elevate structures when we have to do it. A few other minor changes. For the elements, development type things that aren't encompassed in the SMART code, we have a section where we refer back to the land development code for certain things. One of the things that's completely lacking in any reference point at all is our provisions for affordable housing. So in the land development code, if someone wants to do an affordable housing development in many districts, you can apply for a conditional use to get a 50% bonus density for a project that's usually it's something that's going to be funded through Pinellas County Community Development or a tax credit project, but it's a recognized, regulated affordable housing project. So this would just put the reference in so that in the future, if, as a provision that a developer, if they're looking to do an affordable housing project and have a bonus density and the other take advantage of the other provisions for affordable housing that's already in our land development code, they at least can go that route. Right now, it'd be a bit of a stretch to even ask. Single-family detached homes, I think you've noticed, and we have one on the agenda tonight, another one that's a conditional use. We're proposing to just get rid of these conditional uses. Single-family detached is a permitted use by right, like they have been, in the past. I just think that's a regulatory burden that's really unnecessary at this point. Let's see, and then this would just be updated. If we do the all-inclusive FAR and the mixed use, if we put these in, these are just footnotes that would go into the SMART code that make those annotated changes. With that, I'll stop. I know that was a lot to absorb. Again, I'm not married to any of these. A lot of these are observations that we've had, both before I left and even since I've come back, of just things that I think need to be discussed as a policy moving forward. Some of these are pretty easy to do very quickly. And others, may need more public discussion, more public input. So with that, I'll stop and I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Ms. Vincent, thank you for the presentation. This is a discussion on the SMART code and the special area plan. What's the next step after this?
If any of these amendments are, just pretty perfunctory that the board agrees that you would like to see. I mean, the coastal high hazard area maps need to be updated. I think getting rid of the conditional use for, single family homes is probably those are fairly easy text amendments to do. If I have consensus on the things that we want to go ahead and move forward with, we'll take them through the normal regulatory process. We'll do the advertising, we'll have all the public hearings. If there's pieces of this that you would like more information, if you want us to go back out to, go to the public and get additional input, we can. Right now, I'm trying to get a read from the board as to the things that you want to consider. If you don't want to consider, then we'll strike them and move on. Some of them may be more appropriate down the road when, maybe when we're updating the comprehensive plan. So some of the, that's where I'm at tonight.
Thank you. Smart code it was introduced and approved 10 years ago. I remember that when I had to go when I went down to Miami to get some training for it, which promotes the mixed uses and walking community. Some parts now it needs to be updated after all these years, but there are some things that I want to cover. The coast high area, high hazard area. Well, that's a mandatory to be updated, so to reflect the maps of the Pinellas County. So that's a given. We have to do that. The single-family homes in the T4, A, B, and C districts, I support to remove the condition use requirements for single-family homes. We already have 3 applications that we already approved, so we don't need to do that anymore. I think it's not necessary. So I agree with that. That should be removed. The accessory dwellings, I'm okay to increase the square footage to the accessory from 442 to 500, providing that the square footage is available without a change in the setbacks. Elevator structure design guidelines. I think it's a good thing to have guidelines on how to elevate the buildings. Now we have the phenomenon of the sea level rise, so we might see some buildings that need to be elevated. So we do have some areas that are very, very low. Now comes to the density. Introducing density transfers from one property to another within a coastal high hazard area, which is the sponge docks. And the question I have is, when density transfer takes place, is that going to be, you're thinking that's going to be a conditional use?
Yeah, the smart code, the special area plan already lays out the process for density transfer. And so it does require, it requires that the board has to approve the density transfer itself. And there is an entire section on the compatibility of the project. So wherever the density is going to. So it's essentially, it's like a conditional use review. So the board would have to review for the compatibility with the surrounding area so that you're not having a situation where all of a sudden you're dropping, maybe a 20-unit building next to a single family home, but that's what we don't want that.
So the density can go up to 18 units per acre, correct?
In the sponge docks?
No, if we do this, regardless what it is.
No, each district has and I'll show you again. Oh, going the wrong way. So again, using like the Uptown Character District as an example, and there's quite a bit of coastal high hazard area property in the Uptown District as well. So right now, the density the maximum density, that's what the max density figure is. So you have a base density, that's what you're allowed by right. And then you have a max density, and that's the max that you can get through a density transfer. So it's set by district, whatever those maximums are.
Okay. Density transfer, I can see that happening in downtown and in Uptown area. But for the sponge docks, I'm not supporting that at all.
Okay.
I think that area is a special area. It's a very unique. The reason I can say that especially in the historical area, we have the Historic Preservation Board, and they do an excellent job preserving the history of the buildings and the culture that we have. And down at the Sponge Ducks, we don't have anything like that. So I think we need to put some safeguards, and I'm not in favor of doing that. The all-inclusive floor area ratio. Again, in some areas in downtown, I think that's going to be very useful. As an example, that would be useful for the Forbes property project that we are in progress right now. I think that's going to be useful there. Don't remember you said that that's going to be offered at the Sponge Ducks as well?
The way it's drafted, the all-inclusive FAR, actually, I say all-inclusive FAR is would be possible, but anywhere, looking back at the map here, anything that's in the coastal high hazard area, the residential density is capped at what it is. You can't go any higher through the floor area ratio provision, because that would be increasing density in the coastal, potentially increase. So that those density caps won't go away.
Because the Sponge Ducks in the Greektown area will not support anything like that. The place is too unique to do anything like that, so.
So, and my only point is that you can't use it anyway to increase density anywhere up here because it's all in a coastal hazard area. So
it's not an issue then.
It's not, well, if you look at the map, this area right here, which is, on the hill, that's the area, that's one area there. You've got the area here.
Yes.
But those are the only two areas where you could have something above the existing. Because they're not in the coastal hazard area. So it's kind of meaningless up here to do it.
So even though that the white spot is there, I'm not in favor of doing that.
Understand.
Number 6, missing middle development. Is that the small infill lots?
It is. It's meant to be, taking advantage of the smaller infill lots. Looking at the ability to maybe even do a duplex where you could maybe do a single family now because of the density limitations. Is there, the potential where you could potentially get something, I'm trying to say, could you potentially get something incompatible? Everything comes to this board, but for site plan reviews, anything above a duplex does anyway. You're always going to have the potential for that, even with existing densities. I don't think I answered your question.
Well, let me explain what I have in mind.
Okay.
We have some small infill lots, as an example, down in the Greektown. And I really don't want to see any apartment building to be built there, knowing that on both sides there are traditional little houses. Excuse me, Commissioner Matiquioras, let me use you as an example. Your house, which is it's a beautiful house, and it's a traditional house in a great town, but it has an empty lot. And I don't know who is the owner of the lot, but anybody, you own it? Well, let's say that you don't own it, and somebody else is going to be apartments next to you. It won't look good. You have a traditional house, and then you have apartment house on the other end. This is the point that I want to make. So we have many scenarios like that in Tarpon Springs. I don't want that to happen.
The only thing I think I would
Sorry,
say.
I don't mean to,
Actually, the commissioner's house is not in the special area plan, so, but the types of housing units, an apartment building, all of that stuff, all of those types are already laid out in the districts as to what's allowed and what's not. So the all-inclusive, the missing middle using the all-inclusive FAR, again, it provides some flexibility and another way to work a project. Again, in the all-inclusive FAR part for the missing middle, again, it's not going to take place anywhere here because it's in the coastal hazard area. We can't erase that. Okay. So, but your point is taken. I mean, I think it's it's definitely something that's probably, more, could have less potential impact, in your downtown and really in what we call the uptown district where, I would like to see it there. Because that's an area that really is starting to, we're getting attention, the things are starting to develop there. But they're challenging properties because they're very small lots. And so when you try to apply a density, in some instances, you don't even have enough density for one unit. You'll be in that 0.75, it'll round up, but we're on the margins in a lot of those areas, even with the densities that were put in place by the smart code. So
That's all I got. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee, thank you for bringing the information for the update and providing the extensive background on this as well. Your presentation helped tonight also bring up some of the memories of when this was first put into place by the city. For the most part, I'm good with almost everything that you presented. A couple of things I would like to call out is one is the FAR, which I think is number 3 in the smart code regulation plan. I think it'd be best to have that in specific districts only, which I think you talked about. The elevation makes sense to address some type of process or some type of guideline on what that looks like. And then when it goes down from a density standpoint, I'm not necessarily interested in increasing density, but when you talked about transferring density in the coastal high hazard area, that actually makes sense to me because you're keeping it within the district itself and you're encouraging some type of growth for some type of redevelopment, which is difficult to do because one, you're capped at the density for the district, and then secondly, you can't transfer it from the outside the district. So I think there's some safeguards in place that you talked about that are really important to really evaluate and look at this. Let me ask you this from a development standpoint. If there was a boutique hotel ever wanting to come to the Sponge Docks area, would it be difficult to get something like that built with the current density and FAR that sits maybe on a property if you can't transfer density within the coastal high hazard within the Sponge Docks? Would that be a challenging situation?
Hotels are challenging in general for anywhere here, in any of these districts really. But don't confuse, and just to clarify, the coastal high hazard area limitations applies to residential density. It does not apply to, those limitations do not apply to transient lodging densities or hotel units per acre, if you will.
Okay.
So those are a different standard altogether. So we do have, with the hotel and most of like the Sponge Docks, it has its very unique set of allowances specifically for a hotel. We did the homework then, and so the FAR specifically for hotels are higher. And certain, and you can go, a couple of floors higher by conditional use for hotels. So a lot of that was built in when we did the original document. So I don't think it really benefits a hotel project for the docks for the all-inclusive FAR or the density transfers.
Okay, because it's transit.
Yes.
Got it. And as you can see, most of the Sponge Docks that's in the special area plan is also the commercial side of the Sponge Docks, not necessarily the residential side of the historic, non-historic district neighborhood, right?
It's mixed. I mean, you can see from here, I mean, a lot of it is mostly commercial, but out here on the edges, you have some residential, but it is mostly commercial.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other comments right now.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee, I appreciate your presentation. Definitely am intimate with the special area plan. I think that it does a lot of good things for our community and is an easy code to read for people. That said, just to be clear and for the record, I didn't really have anything to do with your report tonight or discuss it with you in any detail. That said, I do think some general housekeeping of the special area plan has been, needed for a while. A perfect example of that would be the single family home thing that you have in here tonight. Obviously, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in these areas where you're taking the least intensive possible use and asking for a conditional use to do that. So appreciate you bringing that forward. Really, my biggest thing would be number 2 of your presentation as it relates to the smart code and the affordable housing. So that's one thing that I would not like to include in the smart code, especially as it relates to density increase.
Okay.
So I don't support that at all. Just for my own edification and just for some clarity regarding the coastal high hazard zone, that's also something that's been catching people up throughout the years with either an old map or not understanding it, et cetera. So I'm appreciative that you brought that forward. And just to be clear with what you've brought forward as it relates to transferring density within the coastal high hazard zone, you're not proposing anything that would increase density. If anything, it's just a wash.
It's a wash. It's because you basically you have a density cap in the coastal that is existing that can't go up. So what it does allow you to do is to move the density around where it may be more, a project may need it versus another, project that may not. So
Yeah, no, I understand.
yeah. So
But-
there's no net increase in density in the coastal high hazard area, and that's the important point from a regulatory standpoint.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm good with that. I think that that was necessary to bring forward. So I'm grateful that you did that. I don't have any issue with that. I think it's important to recognize that you're not capping it, you're not increasing it. It's just if someone would elect to transfer density within that given area, that it would have to go to somewhere within that given area. So it ends up being a wash. You cannot transfer density within the coastal high hazard zone, correct?
Yeah, you can't take density from a non-coastal high hazard area property and transfer it into the coastal high hazard area. You cannot do that.
And again, that's only from a residential standpoint.
Correct.
Got it. So I don't really have any other questions. I just wanted to point out number 2 regarding affordable housing in the special area plan, which I'm not in support of.
So that would be that's our normal provision that's in the land development code.
I just don't want to
Okay,
include
gotcha.
that in the special area plan.
Understand.
Because my understanding is it would potentially lead to a density increase of affordable housing in the special area plan. Is that correct?
It could, that exactly, it would. It'd be project by project.
So I'm out on that.
Okay.
Everything else I'm okay with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Vincent, for the presentation. I think you cleared a lot of things up in it that I was initially concerned about, but I just had a couple questions for you. So can you expand on why density transfers aren't traditionally allowed within the coastal high hazard area?
When the code was originally adopted, there's just a lot of sensitivity, not regarding where density should go or where it shouldn't. At the state level, at the county level, the coastal hazard area that's a hot button issue. So when we were adopting the special area plan, we just didn't even want to. We didn't even want to go there at that point in time. We didn't, we just said no transferring of density within the coastal hazard area at that, so fast forwarding, to today, since that point in time, there have been, there've been more discussions at the countywide level. There's not, places like St. Pete are really kind of blazing this trail a little bit more than anybody. Because when the coastal hazard area maps were updated in 2016, a huge swath of St. Pete in their CRA ended up in the coastal hazard area, and they were really fit to be tied about it. And so they've actually been pushing very hard on trying to find ways to, if you can mitigate for things, if you can build in certain ways, can we because they need the density in order to make projects work. So there's just been a lot more thought about it over the last 10 years. It just basically at that point in time, we didn't want to go there. And so, and to Commissioner Terrapini's point, we have seen projects that just couldn't work. And, but for the fact that, we can't do a density transfer in the coastal hazard area to even begin to think about a project. So it's a discussion point. I don't know if that answered your question or not, so.
No, it did. And then it mentions in here that the all-inclusive floor area ratio is going to incentivize smaller units.
Mm-hmm.
How is that necessarily the case over, a larger unit?
So I go back to the example that I used last week. Right now, well, the Forbes property is a good example. You've got a floor area ratio of 2.0 on a property that's, I think, what, 8,000 square feet roughly. And so when you do the math, you only get, with the density is based on the density that's allowed, which is a cap, you can only get 3 units on the property, but you've got an FAR of 2.0. So, you can, by doing, allowing an all-inclusive FAR, you're still building in the same footprint, but you can do smaller units and potentially capture more. In all instances, you may not, but on a case-by-case basis, it at least provides the flexibility that, I'm going to build a 2-story building, X square feet. On the ground floor, I might, let's say they wanted to do 100% residential. You can build 2 floors, but I can only have 3 units. So that it doesn't work with that density that density cap. In all honesty, in a downtown situation, and this was a problem when we were going through the whole smart code adoption and the special area plan from the beginning. Density is, I freely admit, density is hard here. And so we did some density increases, but we didn't do anything close to what, the Forbes property is a good example. I think I ran the math. In order to actually get 6 units on that property, the density would have to be about, I want to say 35 or 40 units to the acre. And that's just a number that people can't wrap their head around. So, I would never come to the board and say, I want to increase the density in the downtown district to 40 units to the acre, because I can just see the blank stares. I've been there and I've done that. So, but you understand, you can do a 2-story building, and what I build inside of the building, give me that flexibility without having that density cap. So it's another way to get a project from A to B.
Okay, that makes sense. And then something that's mentioned in here is the transferring of density from a CRA-owned property. Can you explain how that might affect, what we would be able to do with that property?
So for that particular property, if you transfer the residential density off, I can't speak to how that may affect the valuation, the property value of that property, but you still have the floor area ratio. You could still do, it could still be a park. It could still be a public service bill. There's anything except residential that's allowed in that district could still go on that parcel, including lodging, I believe. So just from the code perspective, not talking about what the intent of that acquisition was.
Okay, and you're talking about the Hoffman property?
Yes, the Hoffman and the hotel, yeah.
Okay. And then as far as my last question, just on the missing middle housing incentives, what would those incentives look like?
They're very minor. One would be the ability to use the all-inclusive FAR, like we've been talking about. The second would just be a minor parking reduction. So going from 1.5 spaces per unit to 1. That's really all we're proposing at this point in time.
Okay. And then my only, I guess it's not even an issue. It's more just, guidance moving forward. On number 4 for the regulating plan, it mentions elevator structure design guidelines. And for those design guidelines, I just want to make sure we still allow a lot of flexibility there, because just like we learned our lesson with, the pinch a penny.
Exactly.
Each building, each plan is going to be unique. So I don't want to see, maybe our design guideline makes everything go indoors or something like that. Which,
No,
yeah.
it's written to be, it's very guideline and not regulatory, and it's, good practice. So but it does serve to provide, what are good options, for, how that building addresses the street, how you deal with, the area in front of the building, maybe where it's been elevated, trying to keep that active space. So yeah, it's suggestive and guidelines only.
Okay. All right. I think that's all my questions I got on this. My only note moving forward is for the affordable housing provisions.
Okay.
I'm not going to be in support of that. I don't think any developer should have special privilege one way or the other, regardless of the type of development that's going in. And that's kind of sounds like what we'd be doing with that. So I'd say no on 2 for the smart code regulating plan.
Very good. Okay.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just have a question, first of all, and believe me, I'm not trying to sound like a smart aleck, but I mean, we had a discussion that I know a number of us have already said what our position is on things, but we also said we weren't going to be discussing it until we heard from the public as far as what we're for or not. And I thought I was under the impression that we would hear public comments first before we got into a discussion. But am I mistaken about that, or?
Well, actually, will come back to us, you know. You should have just asked questions to Renee, and then we'll come back to us.
All right, but some of us
Will
already
come back
said,
to us again
right, some of us have
for
already
a
said,
discussion, for the BOC discussion.
okay. Ms. Vincent, thank you. There's a lot there. It's a very complicated matter. Just from the outset, I want to say that I don't mind pursuing something like house cleaning, and I don't want to be too specific, but from the policy perspective, I think that we need to be very, very careful. And the Planning and Zoning Board has not heard this presentation.
They
is
have
that
not,
correct?
no.
Okay, so that's one thing that I would have hoped that the Planning and Zoning Board would have heard. And I saw a memorandum today from maybe Ms. Staley or maybe Ms. Hickey as far as canceling the P&Z board for next month. Was it?
Yes, there's going to be
Because there was
applications.
no
applications.
projects or anything like
Correct.
that. Well, you know, when things like that happen, I would see that it would be a terrific training opportunity for briefing the P&Z board on policies and things like that.
Can I interject one thing?
Yeah.
So, and this is for my edification moving forward as your planning director. So in the past, when I was here, you know, before I would even begin to start workshopping something or trying to have public meetings or trying to even engage the Planning and Zoning Board, I would always try to get a read from the commission as to if it's something that you even want to pursue before I start ruffling feathers. So I guess I need a little guidance from a procedural standpoint from the board moving forward. You know, I kind of need some sort of guidance before I go down that path and you know, start. That's my conundrum.
No,
Okay.
don't get me wrong. I'm not being critical. All I'm
No, I
saying.
understand. I'm looking for
all
clarification.
All I'm saying is that I think there's a lot of sensitivity to all of us wanting to know what the public wants. The P&Z is part of the public. They're an advisory board, and it's always helpful for me to hear what they've got to say. I watch their meetings to hear what they've got to say about anything. And I know they've also have wanted these sort of things to come up before them as well. So I thought that would have been very helpful. And I know you're trying to get some direction by even wanting to know whether we want to do anything, but you're getting some very clear direction tonight on very specific things that the commission would support and what they wouldn't. And I think that's going a little beyond, I think, as far as I'm concerned, what you were saying. I may be wrong, but I'm just a little concerned about some of these things that I'm going to talk about a second. The Forbes property issue, we discussed that with transferring the density from the Hoffman and Sunbay. That's okay. The mandatory coastal high hazard area maps and improving them. What is the timing on that? Is that something that we're way behind? Or is that,
Yes.
Okay.
They were adopted in 2016.
Is somebody holding us hostage to that or anything?
No, but I want the maps updated so that the documents are clear, so that when someone wants to really know what their density is,
Yeah.
it's not a guessing game and I got to go find 2 or 3 different documents and look at them. So
Okay. The way I understood your discussion was that we've got the coastal high hazard maps with the hatching, and then there were the solid ones that would be the updates. And maybe I misunderstood, but your position is if somebody came in, even with the ones that have not been formally adopted, they would also be considered coastal high hazard area now. Is that right?
even though this map hasn't been adopted,
The ones that have not been adopted for the new one, you would still consider those?
I would have to use the
The
correct
Pinellas
coastal.
County's,
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's good, by the
Yes.
way. I agree with that. So I appreciate that. And also, as far as the with regard to coastal high hazard maps, the Sustainability Committee, I know you briefed them, but that was on the comp plan process, I believe. You didn't discuss anything about the coastal high hazard area maps and updates?
I did not know.
Okay, that would be helpful as well, just to keep them in the loop of what's going on. I'm just kind of walking down your list here rather than trying to hop around. The missing middle development and providing an incentive through a slight parking reduction. First, could you put that one up? I did a little research to see what Forward Pinellas has been doing in the last couple of years on this, and where before, for me personally, before I want to move to something, I want to know where we are first. You know, what are we? What is our missing middle? Do we have one? Why is Forward Pinellas pursuing this? So I've done quite a bit of reading on this, their notes, literature, and that sort of thing. And if you look at this graphic that you've got up there, the map on the far left is actually Forward Pinellas, and the red is the type of high density that the missing middle is supposed to help. And Oldsmar Safety Harbor and Tarpon Springs are good. We have an existing missing middle. That's the yellow that's shown up there. But where the problems are is Dunedin, Clowater, St. Petersburg, and some of the communities further to the south. So they need to be working on a missing middle. And so we've got a good thing right now in Tarpon Springs with a missing middle. And I don't want to start trying to do too much with squeezing density into areas under the name of a missing middle, when in fact we could wind up with something red like what Dunedin has wound up with. And if you read Forward Pinellas, they actually highlight Dunedin as being an issue. And we all think of Dunedin as being a very nice place. We think that they've done a good job, but they've also gone a little too far too, based on, at least on what Forward Pinellas is saying, and on the missing middle. The missing middle, this business of using the all-inclusive floor area ratio instead of density, it gets back to something I've talked about before in the past, and it's that needs-based versus place-based economic development. And we have this needs-based where we want to increase the number of units in a certain area for more families to move into town and that sort of thing. So let's use Forbes property for a second. I'm supportive of what the project is and what's being proposed, and also the contract that's before us. But we're also increasing the number of units from 3 to, I believe it's 9. Is that correct?
I think 9, yes.
With the transfer, okay. So where are those families going to park? We've been spending an awful lot of time trying to find parking for the downtown area, for visitors, for businesses. So now what we've done is we're going to bring 9 families in here instead of 3, and they're going to have to park somewhere. Fortunately, we've got city parking lots nearby, and they'll be using that. But when they are parked there, that means visitors and guests aren't going to be parked there. And that's the balance that I think this commission needs to recognize between needs-based economic development and place-based economic development. Do we want to push a future in Tarpon Springs with regard to bringing in more and more families, which I think is a great thing to do, but not necessarily the way we're discussing it this evening? Or do we want to pursue a place-based where we want to enhance what we have, the surrounding area, to make it more attractive for visitors to come into town? And if they do come into town, they need to have some place to park. So that's the policy aspect that I think is a little more complicated than the way we're hearing it this evening. And we need to understand that whatever we do from a policy perspective without thinking it through, there's consequences with that. If you look at the part all the way to the right, that's out of the comprehensive plan and the housing element. And that requires that we need to have an inventory of all the types of housing that we've got, which we haven't updated in, what, 15 years or so?
I think 2008,
Yeah,
the last time it
15
was
years. So we
updated.
don't know what our mix of housing is. The second one is to analyze what the future housing needs are. And that's basically what we're talking about now. We haven't really analyzed that because we don't know what the inventory is anyway. And then lastly, creation of goals and objectives and policies, which what we're doing right now is taking a bottom-up approach. In other words, we're saying, okay, we agree with this, this, and this, and then that's going to force what the comp plan is going to state rather than identifying what the needs are and then dropping them down to the ordinance and the smart code and going from a top down. And the top begins with the residents, the commission, and discussing policy and that sort of thing, and then it trickles down to the ordinances. So that's my position as far as not pursuing anything on policy. I do have some other questions. On this transfer of density, just out of clarification, within the coastal high hazard area of the special area plan, does this mean that you could transfer density from a coastal high hazard area outside? I think that
You can already do that.
outside. So,
Correct.
just so the commission knows, there's some areas in the coastal high hazard area maps that are not real habitable and certainly not very attractive, but they've got density on them. But there are areas downtown that are very attractive that are in the coastal high hazard area. And so it would be a very, interesting thing to transfer this density from these places that are not very desirable to get a more expensive type of residential unit in the downtown. So from my perspective, if this is what the residents want, this is what the commission wants, that's fine. But I also think we need to actually understand what we're doing before we actually do it. Another question I have is if, let's say there is something that's changed and we go to this all-inclusive floor area ratio, does that mean, and let's say the Forbes property, for example, and last week we were talking about changing the ordinance and allowing this to happen across the special area the way we're describing it. Does that mean, for example, that an existing building that has maybe 2 units in it, 2 residential units, mixed use or whatever, could they come back now and actually pursue a permit to remodel to increase that number to 4 or 6 or whatever they feel that they could? I mean, theoretically.
Theoretically,
Yeah.
yes, that's exactly what could happen.
Okay, and that's another point I'd like to make. When we change it for something like the Forbes property, which I know what our objective is, and I think we can achieve that objective without changing the ordinances. But if we change the ordinances, that applies to everybody. And again, we need to know where we are before we change the ordinances, or else we're going to have a mess on our hands. I mean, it would be good for the building owners to go from 2 units up to 6, but then that's going to start eating all the parking up that that I discussed earlier. And that would be counterproductive to what our objectives have been to provide parking for downtown with visitors and business patrons and that sort of thing, rather than residents. Let's see. And of course, I just had that one question, and this will be where I leave it, is the missing middle really needed for Tarpon Springs? And I think that we have a missing middle. As a matter of fact, there was a very interesting article entitled, "When is the missing middle not missing?" And it highlights communities like ours that because of the age of it and what we've done, it's inherent to be a missing middle, and you don't need to do anymore. It's the best that you can get. And pursuing and trying to pursue something that you already have, I don't know what it's going to accomplish, but there's a good chance if we don't understand what we're doing, it could mess up a good thing. And that's just something that I wouldn't want to be responsible for. But Ms. Vincent, I do want to thank you because this is a sort of presentation that stimulates thinking and kind of ideas of maybe we should be a little more cautious. And quite frankly, I think much of this should be done as part of the comprehensive plan and the strategic plan to define it. And Mayor, I agree with you. For example, when I purchased my home, the neighbors were so relieved because they thought for sure somebody was going to come in and tear the house down and take that entire property and turn it into something similar that was done a little further down in the town as townhouses. So they were very relieved by that. So
The reason I brought that up, just to tell you the story behind it, I think it was like 10 years ago, maybe in that, apartments were built right behind the National Bakery on Athens Street.
yeah,
And for some reason, we were unprepared with the zoning that was
Right.
there. So we had a big problem with the neighbors.
Yeah.
So this is why I bring that up. And yes, I'm sorry I had to use your house
No,
as an example, but I'd rather use our houses instead of somebody else's.
it's a real concern, and there's even a lot more going on than that in terms of discussion of the type of construction that's going on in Greektown. And you'll probably hear more about that at a different time, but
Just to add a little bit more, this is why I wanted us to ask all these questions first before
Yeah.
we go to the public, because this is a very new area to most people, very complex. So now I think the public will have better idea what questions to ask, what comments what advice they can give us.
okay. Let me make sure I don't have anything else, Ms. Yeah, that's it. I said what I had to say. Thank you very much, Mayor.
You done? Okay, thanks. We're going to go to the public comments now. And if anyone is interested to speak, please come forward, state your name and your address for the record, and you'll be given 4 minutes. Anyone?
Panayoti Skoulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. My mother, Mr. Jump, can you verify my mother is online to be donating her time? If you can ask to let her in, and Annie Samarkis will be donating her time.
If you can state your name and address for the record.
Maria Cullas, 595 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Now, I sent a couple scathing emails in because I want to make it sure, where are the supporters for this topic? This is not a topic that the citizens came to you and said, stack up our city. Nobody's come here with that. It's come from, we just heard from Ms. Vincent, from people like Townsend, Carr, who can't sit still for nothing, and Mark LaCourse, who's pushing all this through. Now, I want to talk about, it wasn't until an email that I sent in last Friday where another email came in, or an amendment came in with Ms. Vincent for a lot of the areas that had concerns about items 3, 4, and 5 that were optional. You guys are going to try to stack up our city vertical too fast, and it's only going to benefit a couple of you. It's not benefiting the citizens. You guys are infringing on people's rights, and you guys are making decisions for people that Tarponites 30 to 50 years down the road need to be making. And you know, Mayor, just like I was going to point at your house, for example, or my yaya's, the house on the corner, that beautiful blue bungalow. That looks cute. It takes the characteristics of the sponge docks. But I know you wouldn't be happy if there was a triplex or a multifamily home duplex right on the corner. There wouldn't be no parking. It would take up both sides of the road with parking. So, and as far as switching density from coastal hazards, at some point, are you squeezing density away from somebody at some point? I don't know how that works, if they have to give it up, but that's a touchy subject. Now, downtown, we have so many issues on downtown, and I know a couple commissioners up here, they're just chomping at the bits to be able to go in, get their developers, come build on properties, change these apartments from upstairs from 2 to 8 story, or 2 to 8 units, and do whatever you want. And as far as walkability in Tarpon Springs, there's plenty of walkability. I could walk from my house at 595 Peninsula Avenue and be in the Sponge Docks within 25 minutes. I don't know what else you guys want. So, and my yaya's house next door, there's a little mobile home that, we're gonna have a developer come knock it down, build another multi-unit duplex down the road. That's where you guys are slowly trying to get at. I see that a couple commissioners want to improve their way of vertical density and just to pack the city. And we can't even take care of the residents. It's not the residents' ideas. This is your ideas. You're here to represent the citizens, and you put Ms. Vincent in a very tough spot. And as far as Mr. Corus, you sent me that email back. And your reply was, I just want to simply say this. This is an item being brought forward as a discussion in all caps. Well, 300 pages of backup material is more than a discussion. It's a thought out plan. And it's not a plan the residents want. As soon as you start changing density, you're going to move it on the west side of town where I stay. Why wouldn't you push to keep doing that? So you guys are touching on very touchy subjects that people who bought into the city didn't expect this crazy stacking going on. And as far as Mr. LaCourse, I know you want to fall on the sword for some of them, but your days are, soon you're going to retire. Soon you don't need to be helping push forward this project for some of these people to profit off of our city. Enough is enough. You guys can't build out the land anymore, so you want to move up vertically. Well, you're going to infringe on the parking down at the Sponge Docks. I've told you guys plenty of times. Speak to the the people who own the Kokors Park. Ask them for a rental to rent the property for 5 years. Don't cut down any trees. You'll create more parking that will one day support the Athens Street where Zorba's one day wants to open up. A couple of the shops between the coffee shops want to have businesses. You got to provide parking for them on both sides. So there's other ways to help the Sponge Docks out as well as the community. And this little area right here circled right behind Tarpon Avenue. I mean, it looks like the Black community too. So I just want to make sure we're not infringing on them, or we're not doing any gentrification to get rid of our Black community over time. They're a very important group in our society and history. And I want to make sure there's going to be other topics where I build up on this too as well, that I want it to be known. And I mean, look at this middle housing. Could you imagine Tarpon Springs with multiplex, triplex, stacked, courtyard building, fourplex stacked, all right next to your residential homes? Is that what you signed up for? Nobody signed up for that. So why is the select few trying to get their interest out and not speak for the citizens? You have infrastructure to work on. You need to bring in more businesses in the area. You got this Winn-Dixie Park thing that's coming up soon. That's a very big topic. Let's focus on really taking care of our city from the inside out. That way you can create your downtown that you want. You can create your walkability. But just because some of you guys can find an opportunity to get your developers come in and change the whole housing units from inside, which some of you have done illegally, through your little permitting stuff. We'll leave it at that. But it doesn't make it right. It's very sad. I want my kids one day and my grandkids to not live in a stacked area just because you guys can make it happen. You don't have an auditorium filled of people here supporting your issue. So as far as discussion, let's end this discussion. Let's see if I have anything else since I got plenty of time to talk. And long story short, you guys are simply infringing on the quality of life of people that have bought into the city. There's a reason why our city sat between 20 and 25,000 people over the last, 10 years? Correct me if I'm wrong. I would love to. But we want slow growth in Tarpon Springs. We don't want you guys to be able to artificially inflate our city by 15 to 20,000 people in 10 years because you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers who would like to speak? Any other public comments? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, we're going to vote. BOC comments. We now come back to the BOC comments. This is very, very important that we do the updates that the smart code needs, but at the same time, I am not in favor of increasing any density down at the Sponge Docks in the Greektown area. I think it's an area that needs to be protected. The character and the culture of the Sponge Docks is very, very important. This is what the tourists are coming down to see. And I believe our economy is dependent on that tourism. So I just want to make sure it's protected. That's all I have.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, as I said in my initial comment, as I'm not interested in adding density to any of the areas. So I stand by everything I said earlier. Thank you.
Ms. Vincent, just for some added edification for the public, in the Greektown area, let's say Grand Boulevard, Division, Cedar, Hope Street, et cetera, most of that is zoned R60, is that correct?
R60 and RM, I believe.
Right, which is multifamily, right?
Correct.
And how long do you think it's been zoned that?
Forever.
Forever. And in R60, is there a multifamily component?
No, that's 1 and 2 family.
One
So
and
it's
two
one,
family.
yeah, single family and duplex.
And duplex, okay. So you could
Yes.
build a duplex in
Yes.
R60,
Yes.
permitted use by right?
As long as you have the minimum lot size, yes,
So as long as you meet the existing dimensional criteria. And
correct.
it's been like that forever and a day.
It has.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no further comments.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Yeah, I do, Mayor. Mayor, I guess that's you brought up the example of the condominiums between Athens and Hope, and I think that is a good example. I think you described it as a city maybe not being prepared, and my concern is changing things from policy without being well thought out, that we create consequences like that. And so I really think it's important to think through policy. Also, Ms. Vincent, on the comprehensive plan right now in the coastal high hazard area, this intertransfer of density and things, there are some provisions in the coastal element that discourages encouraging development
Yes.
activity within that district for a couple of reasons. One of them is so that the city doesn't have to spend more money on infrastructure, roads, sewer, water lines, that sort of thing. So if you take your density from an area that may not even be ready to be developed at this point, and you move it into an area that has been, then in effect, that's kind of, to some extent, I'm not saying it is, but you'd have to analyze it. It may be contrary to what the comprehensive plan, the current version of it. I know we have to update it to where if it triggers some increases in utilities or lift station size and that sort of thing. So there are some policies that we've got in place right now that relate to some of the things that we're talking about tonight in the comp plan that may not be consistent with the comp plan that we're talking about doing. So that's part of that analysis that we're talking about. And I think the SMART code, when you implemented, there was an awful lot of discussion. I wasn't involved, but there was an awful lot of discussion and misunderstanding.
2 years.
2 years, right. And so we're talking about some changes right now. I know you're trying to get some guidance, but the way it's worked
Understand.
in the past, you get a little bit of guidance. The next thing you know, we've got an ordinance in front of us and we're kind of scratching our
Understand.
heads. And you've done some analysis, but you given everything else that you're doing, and this gets back to the agenda not being ready by Wednesday and why
Right.
maybe Friday might be better as far as the quality of the backup. We may not get the whole story, I guess is what I'm getting at. And that's my concern as well, so.
And I do want to say one thing, if you actually read the special area plan document itself, there's that document's now, 11, 12 years old from when it was drafted. And there's a ton of analysis in there. And it is definitely time to update that analysis. One of the biggest, things that was in there that the analysis showed at that point in time was we had a jobs to housing imbalance. And that's why the policies that were in there that actually were pushing to allow for more residential, because we were trying to correct that jobs to housing balance. We need to look and see, okay, is that still a problem? That there's a lot of things that it is due for a refresh,
right,
much bigger refresh.
Yeah, and I understand. I mean, some of the the technicalities would be easy to understand. For example, you may have not been here, but there was an issue with a transect along the trail with allowing residents. And there's only a certain period of time where that residence would be allowed. And there was some, in other words, it was promoted as allowing a residence, but if a restaurant, but if a restaurant went in, there were some catches to make it impractical for even creating a restaurant there because of the way the code was written. So I understand that. And people are questioning how something there across the street, why isn't it allowed over here? So we've lost some opportunities there. And I agree with, like I said, the house cleaning aspect of it, but the policy, the broader policy issues, I've got some concerns with. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, some of the things that we have to do immediately, which is the mandatory updates for the coastal high hazard area that has to be done.
Yeah.
To include the maps of Pinellas County. The single-family homes in T4, A, B, and C. I'm sure everybody agrees with that. This is something that instead of be a conditional use, I think we have an item today that we're going to be discussing on that. I think the accessory dwellings to make it consistent from 442 to 500. And the elevator structure design guidelines, that's something, these things that can be done at any time, in my opinion. The others, I think we need more work.
That's what I needed. That's what I needed.
I think that grouping is a good grouping from my perspective.
Well, yeah, everybody agrees with that?
You're pulling out the FAR and then the transfer density, is that right? The two that you're pulling out?
Yeah, that they need more work on
For
that.
further discussion.
Yeah, for further discussion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to the consent agenda. Number 2 is satisfaction of release of liens. Number 3 is the attorney fees, Tresca Daniel invoice March 4th, 2021. Number 4 is a special event Good Friday procession. Number 5 is the award file number 210111 and AM single source purchase of Ford original equipment manufacturer automobile parts and services. Number 6 is the approved name change the RFQ number 190111 SJL from Ford Band Services to Polydon Incorporated. Number 7 is the award file number 210115 and JL single source purchase of Centrifuge Decanter original equipment manufacturer parts and services. Are there any items that you'd like to pull?
Mayor, I don't want to pull anything, but will we be able to have a chance to comment on it before we vote?
Are we going to go to a commission comments if that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
But you don't want to pull anything? No?
I don't want to pull anything, but I do have a comment on a couple.
All right. Are there any public comments on these items? Items 2 through 7.
Panayoti School, Yas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I was looking over the bill for the attorney's fees, and I did see a couple emails, or I believe a couple emails that I sent in. I thought the billing might have been too much. I don't see why some of the emails I sent in, maybe a tenth of an hour, 6 minutes, but some of them were being billed at 12 minutes of an hour. And I just think they might be overbilled. And I don't see, there was another friend of mine who had sent in an email, and Mr. Trask's response was simply, thank you for the email. I could type that in seconds and send it out. I don't know why we have to pay a citizen $17 for 6 minutes of a so-called one sentence email. So I think we need to be a little bit more stringent on how the city attorney's charging us and spending our money wisely when reviewing, writing emails, reading them, replying, etc. Because that was a topic that was brought up before. And I wanted to make sure that we're all watching everything. Regarding the procession, am I able to discuss the procession right now? Okay.
You got 4 minutes.
Yep. Now, regarding the procession, I want to make sure that Easter's coming up. Why can't the city work with us? Why can't, and I'm speaking as an individual Orthodox Christian, instead of spending all this extra money on security, which we don't need, the ball making days of those last generations are over with. They're all grown up. We'd like to be able to celebrate with kids and our grandkids the celebrations that were brought to Tarpon Springs from our ancestors and from the islands, as the mayor would say. And we can modernize. We can do things in a very smart way. If we could have the fire chief, maybe we could block off the preschool parking lot as well as the northeast parking lot of the church. You'd have Major Chill right there helping look at everything. You have the fire chief with his truck. We have that area separated for about 200 to 300 feet, and we're not asking for much. We're asking for simple 10 to 15. They're called cake/aerial repeaters, where you light them. They shoot up consistently for about a 30, 45 second gap. All of those together would probably last anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. And I guarantee you, we would all be happy. The church would also encourage families not to light fireworks the day after, all day during Sunday, just out of respect for neighbors and stuff. But I think it's a great way that the city should be able to work with the Orthodox faithful to let us celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. You know, there's very simple answers and very simple ways to look out after one another. If we had to get pushed back, we could also get permits where we could have the close proximity fireworks, where you could have the whole area squared around, where they would look similar like the fireworks at the Super Bowl, where you could legally get the permits, you could legally get the exceptions. It's just, is Mr. LaCourse going to let us do
Mr.
that?
Cuyas, this is for Good Friday, though. That item
Well,
on the
they're
agenda is
connected
for Good
though.
Friday.
They are connected. You can't say they're not. So I will say that, and listen, I'm not saying we Greeks run this town, but we definitely have our place in it. We definitely do. And we should be looked after, we should be consulted with, and we should be able to celebrate as adults as we modernize into this new way of celebrating Easter. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments on these items 2 through 7? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Are there any commission comments on these items?
I have one, Mayor. On item 4, the special event Good Friday procession, I checked in with Mr. Sassoy yesterday, and he was not going to be here this evening, but he sends his compliments and appreciation of everyone's cooperation to Mr. Function, the police department, and the fire department. And Chief Young, if you could share that with newly appointed Chief Young. I'd appreciate it. And that it's just for everyone's benefit, it's essentially the same procession as we had last year. So I think that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Any other commission comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Special consent agenda item number 8 is to select Tetra Tech Incorporated, Wright Peters Incorporated for RFQ number 210032, JL Engineering Services Utilities. And staff report.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. Keeping my comments brief. For this item, staff is seeking board approval of 2 contracts for continuing utilities engineering services. Through a competitive process, the selection committee ranked Tetra Tech and Wright Pierce as the 2 top-ranked firms. As we've done in the past, staff has established these contracts on a 5-year term with annual spending limits for each firm. In this case, we're asking for approval of a $400,000 spending limit per firm per year. Funding for work performed would be provided through water and sewer funds and is included in annual budgets and the long-term CIP. And with that, I'll stop for questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you have 2 different contractors to provide engineer services for the work. The question I have is, why do we increase the cap?
I think your question was why we increased the cap. Sorry, I'm hearing the
Yes.
noise. Yeah, the previous 5-year term was a $300,000 per firm, $600,000 total. This one, we increased it by $100,000 per firm. A couple of reasons: we're doing more work, and secondly, those figures were established about 5 years ago, and the cost of things has gone up a little bit.
Okay. Anybody has any question for Mr. Robinson?
I have a quick question, Bob. Thank you for the backup. So if a project comes before, or a project is needed to be done, is this a blanket PO that we're approving tonight that's going to cover any of the projects over the next 5 years, or is it going to come back to the board for approval if it's over $25,000 or something like that for a specific project?
So it's not a blanket PO. You're just establishing an upper limit. For each project, we will establish a new purchase order. It has a task work order approval process that we have internally within staff. So we check that if there's funding available, the budget's available, it's allocated money, and that it's been approved in the budget, for example, like some construction project that needs engineering work. So you're just establishing an upper limit for us.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Terrapini, any questions?
Yeah, Bob, I'm looking at the backup, and the first memorandum I'm looking at is different than the second memorandum. And you spoke, I think, to the second memorandum.
Yes, I did. And it looks like that number got carried forward from the old, I guess from the previous memo. It should be a total of $800,000, and you're correct. It does say 600,000 in that first memo.
Okay, so the first memo is inaccurate.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so if I go to the second memo, and this is for services as needed, correct?
Yes, sir. So
So if we don't need any services, we're not spending any money?
that's right.
And the answer to the vice mayor's question is that it would, once a project is identified, then it would be approved, even though the funding is already approved, it would be approved from within staff and not this board, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. I don't have any other questions unless you just want to give the public some ideas of some of these bigger projects that we have coming up.
Sure. I think, I don't have the CIP in front of you, but if I could kind of steer the question back to what we've used this for in the past, maybe it's going to give you an idea of what we've done. Under this term, the previous 5-year contract, we had engineering services for the Seabreeze Drive sanitary sewer project, the West Winds Grassy Point Reclaim Water Project, a lot of things at the RO facility, distribution water quality analysis, design and permitting for construction of the 3 new RO wells that we built over the last few years. Big potable water pipe that was put on Alt 19 to connect up to the hospital, and many others. So
significant projects.
Significant, yeah, a lot of significant utilities engineering work gets done under these contracts.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Donovan, you have any questions?
Yeah, my question got answered just with the process of how we're getting it done. But thank you, Mr. Robertson, for the presentation. I guess the only question that just kind of popped into my mind once you were going over some of those projects is that in a way we're still overseeing everything that goes on underneath this cap, because whenever we're creating the budget, we're overseeing the CIP and the projects, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticius, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Robertson, I haven't been on since March, but are these taking the place of Cardno and American Consulting?
No, Cardno and American are our general engineer of record services. These are specific for utilities, these two.
Okay. And, but I've seen where, I think it was American Consulting had used Tetra Tech as a sub.
Yes, we've done that.
So, I mean, so is this a brand new set of contracts for us, or have we used other consultants like this in the past?
We've used other consultants like this in the
So
past.
this is just not a new type of contract, but kind of not a renewal, but just basically going into a new set of costs. So we've had this sort of services in the past before.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, well, let me just say, I'm not a big fan of Tetra Tech's. If we go back to the extended turning basin, and I just think that they could have done much better for us in championing our cause. Not that they're paid for that, but if we pay for a consultant, just like an attorney, they're supposed to watch out for our interests, which I don't think that they did a very good job. That's my opinion. I'm not going to, even if I was one vote, I think it's going to pass. That's not an issue. But I know it's a level of service contract, and I just, I'm going to, once we approve it, I'm going to explore a little more about how this is supposed to really work and everything like that. And we're not losing the old consultants, are we? And these two are taking their place?
We are.
Okay.
Those contract terms expire.
So as far as a continuity, are there any existing projects that Tetra, for example, is going to take over?
No, any existing projects that are currently under contract with an existing active PO, those all get to be finished to term with the previous consultant.
Okay. And we've got capacity in that level of service contract to finish those up?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So typically on these level of service contracts, how much do we actually spend of that? All of it, or it's been just your experience guesstimate?
It's my experience, we get pretty close. Yeah, we've spent of the about 3 million that over that 5-year term from the previous contract, we spent almost 2 million in engineering services.
Okay. That's a lot of money. And I fully recognize times have changed. We used to do a lot of our own engineering and things, and I know the regulatory has gotten much more complicated. So, all right, fair warning, I'll be keeping an eye on things. So,
yeah.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to public comments on this item.
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Since we brought up Sea Breeze and the utilities being used to extend the sewer line, I just want to answer. I will put a public records request in if I have to, but it's been the 4th or 5th time where I brought up we need to extend Bayshore, the sewer line that stopped right at the Andropolis residence. Is there a budget that's already created? Are we going to come up with it this year, the following year? Because I just think it's odd that we stopped at the Andropolis house and we didn't finish it, but now we're starting a project on Sea Breeze. So if someone could please answer it, and I know there's a budget, I will leave you guys alone about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs?
No
Any
emails.
emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jim, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Are there any commission comments and discussion? Here none. And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Okay, number 9 is the authorization to proceed to bid and approval of mayor's landscaping plan. Staff report, please.
Thank you. Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. For this item, staff is requesting the board's approval and input on the plans to relocate the yard waste scale house and the associated landscaping plan that's proposed for the Mears extension, where the new scale house will be located. The project includes a new scale house building, refurbishing and relocating the existing scale equipment, soil stabilization over the landfill using a geotextile, a stormwater management system, and reconfiguration of the yard waste storage and transfer yard. The landscaping of Mears Boulevard and sidewalks on Mears Boulevard are included in the project as a bid alternate. And with that, I'll stop for questions.
Thank you. A question that I need to ask you, Mr. Robertson, is this project necessary? I mean, is that necessary to, is it a problem with the scale that it needs to be, doesn't work properly? So we need to move it over and rebuild it, or what?
The scale's working okay. It's aging, so it does need some refurbishing, but the main driver for this is we had a continuous yard waste facility, and it became discontinuous or separated when the road went through. So what we've done is we're trying to consolidate all the yard waste processing in a single facility, provide some updates and better access and improve traffic flow through the area too.
If we're going to do that, why we want to keep the original building?
I think
What
we're
it is?
intending to leave the original building, maybe use it for storage, but relocating it is not feasible. So we have to do a new one.
Okay. Do we have any idea what the project will cost?
Yeah, our engineer estimates somewhere around 500 to 600,000 for total, including the ad alternates, with the sidewalks and with the landscaping. But that's an engineer's estimate.
Thank you. That's the only questions I got. Any, Vice Mayor, you got questions?
This question's only, not comments, right? Bob, one of the questions I think I emailed you about was pushing the scale house another 100 feet south. Did you connect with the engineer on record for that one?
I did today. They're looking into that for me. I don't have an answer for you on that now, but we're looking to see if it can be done. I think there's some lot line restrictions that don't allow that, but we'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Thanks.
questions?
Vice Mayor, was that in relation to trucks stacking and waiting?
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's probably a good idea. Bob, I see that the driveways are going to be crushed concrete. Are we putting in any kind of curbing? I'm assuming no, but are we putting in any kind of curbing to retain that crushed concrete?
There's no plan for that now.
What's to stop it from starting to spill over?
Well, crushed concrete doesnut move much,
Right.
but and typically you might wind up having to replenish it over time. The idea is that we didn't want to add a whole lot of impervious, so we went with the crushed concrete, just for the yard drop-off areas.
Oh, it's needed. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
I can appreciate it. I'm just
Sure.
curious. I know how when, like, let's just say the semis come to pick up some of the yard waste, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, that's a pretty big vehicle, a pretty big machine. And I was just thinking that over the course of time, it would start to push out from where we desire it. I figured the response was mainly from a impervious standpoint. And then regarding the landscape that you have outlined here,
Mhm.
I'm assuming that we have some way to irrigate that?
We don't have any irrigation plan for this, no. So contractor would be responsible for maintaining under warranty that they stay alive for a year
That's
until
up
they
to a
get
year.
established.
Got it. I have a little bit of concern with that just based on the amount of linear feet and some of the plantings that are being recommended from a cost standpoint. I don't want to spend, I have no idea, but I don't want to spend like $100,000 on plantings with no land, with no irrigation. And I know that some of those palms that are being proposed can be pricey. So if there's any way to look at some horizontal reclaimed lines as part of the project.
Okay. can do that.
But in addition to that, I'm glad to see that we're also proposing within this job description, sidewalk from Safford to Distant, I think it is.
Yeah.
I wish that we would have been able to get that from the developer, but nonetheless, I'm glad to see it now. That's all I've got for you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you again, Mr. Robertson. My only question is, it mentions the purpose of the project is consolidate yard waste operations, upgrade the facilities with a new scale house structure, relocate, refurbish existing scale equipment, provide for new landscaping, and then what I think, the most important part is upgrading the pedestrian passage. What's kind of the order of how things are going to get done? Is it all going to be done at once in one chunk, or are we going to see, the pedestrian stuff first, landscaping last, I'd assume? Do we have an order of how this is going to get done?
We usually don't try to dictate construction sequencing to a contractor because sometimes they have efficiencies where they can do things before another. Is there something in particular you'd like to see ahead of time?
No, I was just curious as to what the timeline is for it, because I know construction stuff's all over the map with COVID and delays, that kind of stuff. So I just want to see some kind of generic timeline.
We'll have more information once we get the project out to bid and meet with the
Okay.
contractor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Particulars, any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Robertson, how long has this plan been in the works? Was it before I was a commissioner? or-
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
around a while.
I don't have anything, an issue with anything that you're proposing. I'll be honest with you, I tend to agree with Commissioner Terrapini as far as irrigation goes. I know we don't do that, but it just gets to the point where we spend an awful lot of money and little water goes a long ways. And this is going to be a scenic corridor. And I wouldn't mind looking at adding irrigation too. Is that what you were saying, Commissioner Terrapini?
Yeah, irrigation for the
Yeah,
planning.
I
is on
would,
there
I
as
would
well.
definitely want to look at that. Also, our comprehensive plan, I was a little surprised. I think I asked you this question before with regard to bicycle lanes on Mears Boulevard. And we didn't plan any in the construction of it, but the sidewalks are an add alternate to this, which I hope we would pursue. Is there any concept that would be available to allow for bicycles, maybe widening it? I don't know what the county's policy would be, their design guidelines or anything like that, but from our Safford Trail, for example, up to Diston anyway, to where, and then Diston, there's going to be, there's a good chance, at least whether the road goes through or not, I suspect we're going to wind up with a bicycle lane, multimodal path. And that is, it's a policy in our comprehensive plan that we provide for that, although we didn't do it on Mears Boulevard to St. Petersburg College. And I think that would be very important for us to look at including as part of this project and seeing what the net increase in the cost would be. And then the funding for this would come out of our transportation impact fees. Is that?
Sanitation fund.
Okay. That's what I had as far as the bicycles and also the irrigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We go to public comments. Are there any, do we have any public comments on this item?
Panayoti Skoulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. This is just the start of a process of no doubt gentrification in the area. Over time, just trying to get rid of the Black community or the community overall in that area. You want to fix it up. You want to put your roads through. You want to increase property value. Well, I'm just letting you all beware. This is serious stuff. This is serious stuff right here. Make sure you guys are aware of what you're trying to do in certain interests of certain people down the road and being able to gentrify the area. Whatever happened to all those palm trees that were installed on Diston on the north end of Belcher coming into our city? They were on the west end of the fence line where all those power poles are. Did we spend the money to install all those trees? And then I don't know how many years ago they were, but they were all removed again. So did that cost us money? Did we spend money out of our pocket for that? And the Winn-Dixie area, we need to figure out what we're going to do. Ideally, I'm hoping these people who want to do their storage stuff, I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not going to oppose any living on top of any stores down below, but I would like to see stores facing alternate 19, as well as facing the trail. I would also like to see the east side of the properties going along the Pinellas Trail, and it's where the Black community starts. I'd like to see that stuff rezoned back to commercial. One day there may be business owners or people who want to invest in our city, who want to buy properties around there to build little businesses and shops along that whole area. So imagine if you're coming north on Pinellas Trail, right when it opens up, you'll have businesses, you'll have shops on both sides, create more of that walkability as you start coming down into downtown. So just stuff to think about. The trees are great. I understand all that, but I think we're spending a lot of money right there. It's $500,000. Is that what I heard right? So maybe we can put that money to other use, and just be careful about gentrification in that area over the next several decades. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this item? Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you.
I just have one other comment, Mayor.
Yeah. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We go to commission comments.
Thanks, Mayor.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Mr. Robertson, in terms of the construction funding, as it relates to the landscaping and the trees, I just want to make sure that we pay for that out of the tree money.
Well, because it's directly related to the sanitation system, we were proposing to use all sanitation funds. It's a pretty healthy account. We could use, the tree bank has about 300,000 in it. The sanitation fund has about 3.5 million in it. But we could do it that way if that's the board's pleasure.
I guess I'll defer to not only the board, but Mr. Herring. I mean, in both scenarios, you can only spend the money in a certain way.
Mhm.
So I mean, if we have some other sanitation projects like more sewer, et cetera, we may need the sanitation funds. But, you know, I would just note that given that it probably will be significant dollars in the tree plantings, that as an option, we could use the tree money. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Any comments?
Yeah, just got a quick comment. So I'm in support of the alternate bids with sidewalks and having them going along Mears. I think it's important. Commissioner Vaticiotis did bring up a good point about the potential bike lanes in the future. So I'm not sure if the sidewalks that are closer to the road would create a conflict about adding bike lanes at some point. If that was something to look at.
If you don't mind, I could comment on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
So we all know that the development agreement, original one, didn't include bike lanes. In fact, it specifically excluded them. But one of the lucky things we got out of that was very wide paved shoulders, which could very easily be converted to a bike lane. I'd have to check the ruling on the sizing on it, but I think we have an opportunity where we can do that really easily. But I'm going to look into that. I'll give you more information.
We could go paint it tomorrow if you want, Commissioner. I mean, we could go get our paintbrushes and paint it out tomorrow. Also with the landscape aspect, I do agree with the irrigation. I think it's important to have. I believe 3 of the 4 plants proposed, or 5 plants proposed, are all natives. And then the other 2 derive from dry areas as well too. So there's not gonna be much irrigation for this that's needed once they're established, but during the establishment period, that's an important part, making sure they get to that area where they do get established. Again, this is, I think, another gateway to our city from US 19. So some type of beautification aspect is encouraged, I believe. And there's opportunity right now to do that. There's some limitations on Tarpon Avenue, Martin Luther King, and then Klosterman's a county road. So I'm in support of this, whatever we can do to really beautify this area and also help shield the yard waste a little bit too. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan, you got any questions?
No more comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Vaticiotis, you have anything else? Just to clarify, when this is going to be budgeted, is that for the next budget cycle?
It's in this budget cycle.
In this budget cycle?
No, I'm sorry. It will be, I think a budget resolution is going to be necessary on this one. So we'll get you some clarification on that.
This year?
Yeah.
This year? Okay,
Because we're putting it out to bid now.
thank you. Well, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Next is item number 10, the Anclo River Dredge Project spoil siting lease extension.
You again.
Thank you. For my third act, Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. So for this item, we're seeking the board's authorization to extend the lease of the property that will be used for the Anclo River Dredge spoil site by adding an additional 6 months to the term, extending it through July 1, 2022. This amendment is being proposed at the request of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They want a little extra time. This amendment also includes some details on the site restoration requirements that were originally included in the original lease, just fleshes that out a little bit more. And all other terms of the lease, including the pricing, remain unchanged. And finally, I do have a quick update for you on the status of the dredge. I'm pleased, and I guess we'll say relieved, to report that the Army Corps has put the project out to bid. The bids are expected, they are due in early April. And what they tell me is that contracting time and approvals take a while, but they expect to be able to have the contractor mobilizing in June. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that the bids come in where they need them to be, and I'll keep you updated as we go.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
If I remember correctly, June was the time they were given to start the project anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Terrapini?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to be clear that obviously I fully support the Anclo River Dredge, but I will say that I think it's a travesty that this process has dictated to us that we have to identify a site for lease for the spoil, and we've had to lease it for 3 years in advance of any kind of dredging, and it has cost the taxpayers probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I think that the process is backwards as it relates to that. And it's extremely disappointing that we have had to pay for a site for 3 years that we haven't been able to use. So in addition to that, I'll support it, but it's begrudgingly. Thank you.
Commissioner Tikiotis?
Oh, yeah,
We got no choice but supporting it.
What's that?
We have no choice.
No, I know, but I mean, you know.
Yeah.
well, I mean, my favorite approach would have been to buy the property, but, and now we're learning maybe that may have been a good thing to do, but anyway, we do need it. I mean, that's the bottom line. And the March timeframe is a little later than, I thought that, I can't remember the young lady's name, but I thought they were talking about January, that they would have the bids open, and so that was delayed until now, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, that was when they were intending to advertise in December. Then it got bumped to February and then bumped to March, so.
right. And then
yeah.
there was also some discussion of going to the second, which didn't work out either. In other words, the
Correct.
second highest. I was going to ask you, I asked for a formal update by the Army Corps. Are we going to get that or no at this point?
They've told me they're available at the end of April to either come back or zoom in for a formal
Okay.
update. So if you'd like to do that, I can.
Is that the plan, City Manager LaCourse, end of April?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. I would just impress upon them that it's the extended turning basin that's our part. We've got the dredging between the turning basin and out to marker 1 on the east side of Anclote. And then the other part of the channel, which would take it south of Anclote Key out, they were going to do their own dredging on that. And they promised us that in March, they would have a handle on the availability of the funds and be able to tell us when that was going to be done. The regular dredging, which would be from the inside of the Anclote Key to the turning basin, I think is important for everyone. But the part that we're talking about south of the Anclote was of the larger production boats, like our shrimp trawlers and some of the other boats that we build here in town. So it's extremely important that we get that done, and that's what I'm going to be focusing in on. I mean, I'd like to tell you it's good news, but it's news. I mean, in terms of what the rest of the dredging is, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And I'm not sure why it's taken so long. I mean, it's just, it's amazing to me. And I agree with Commissioner Terrapini on that. I mean, in hindsight, we could have held off until we really did need it, but, and we do need it. And I'll be honest with you too, I'm just very happy with the Stamas family. If they had any plans that they've put it off for 5 years, or else we'd really be in a pickle on this. So I don't have an issue with extending the lease. I do have an issue with the Army Corps, and they owe us some information from some of the representations, and I'm hoping that you can share with them to have those answers for us in April.
Will do.
And Mayor, your I don't want to call it your friend or your acquaintance, the commandant up there, it might be helpful to pay that, drop a dime on that one too, and ask him for whatever he can do to help us get some information on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
The chair will obtain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay. Are there any commission comments? Discussion? No? Well, the only thing I want to say is what Commissioner Terrapini said. It's unfortunate, the 6 months delay of the Army Corps of Engineers, it cost us additional $50,000, so. And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Let's take 5 minutes recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
We're on a cupcake roll past few meetings, huh?
No more?
No.
I didn't forget. No. I didn't forget. I know. I got you.
I was gonna hit the steps too.
Yeah. I got you. Oh, yeah.
What are you gonna do? You're trying to get me in trouble. You won't do it, Trill.
I'm waiting for you to do it. I do have a question.
Say it again. Yeah, I had it sold.
Me too, I'm hungry. Yeah. No, I can't buy chips. I want a hamburger.
Yeah. Oh, electric cars, not mine.
We are now reconvene the BOC meeting at 9:30 PM. The next item on the agenda is number 11, the award file number 210119, CJJ lease purchase of two 222 Nissan Leaf electric vehicles through the Sourcewell contract number 060618, CVL Vehicle Lease and Fleet Management Service. Staff report.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. This item and the item right after this in resolutions, it's both related to recommending the lease purchase of the city's first two electric vehicles. These are Nissan Leafs, which are considered compact five-door hatchback battery electric vehicles. By way of background, a little over a year ago, a team of city department staff got together for the purpose of developing some recommendations for a sustainable fleet. And these included departments like Fleet, Public Works, Public Services, the Building Department, Utility Billing, Police, and Fire. Part of our work, this was on the heels of this board establishing the Sustainability Committee in late 2019, was to come up with these recommendations. So part of what we did is we went down and visited the city of Largo, who has a lot of experience with green fleet, and got some good information from them, brought that information back. And also, we spoke with Sustainability Committee Chairperson Dory Larson, who has specific experience with electric vehicles, put to work some of her recommendations, and part of that is what you see in front of you tonight. The two areas that we believe are ideal application for our first beginnings with the green fleet would be the city arborist position, which is in the building department. That function of that position very closely related to sustainability. It's highly visible and does routine travel all the time. So that would be one. Another one is the utilities division over at the RO facility. That's the site of our largest solar panel installation in the city. It'll be an ideal location for us to operate that vehicle out of for daily trips and driving, and also a place to charge that vehicle using that solar energy. So we worked on some lowest cost solutions for you. As I mentioned before, I'll just go over the two main ones. And these were ideas that Ms. Larson presented to us. The first one is to use a third-party lease agency so that we could take advantage of federal tax credits that as a government entity, we would not otherwise be eligible for. That recommendation netted a savings of about $6,200. Another recommendation is using the lowest range model to meet our needs. So we saw the utilities vehicle being mostly local driving. So we thought that could use the smaller battery, and that recommendation saved a little over $6,000 as well. So a total of a little over $12,000 in savings implementing those recommendations. And that's a summary of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Smith, and also the Ms. Larson and the other team. If you work, I don't know who did you work with, but I think it's a very, very good idea to save $6,000 by using this program. My question is why you selected to go with a small battery. The reason I'm saying that is the capacity of the battery, it decreases as the time goes by, especially here in Florida because we have the moisture in the air. So that works like a load, constant load on there. By having a small battery, you kind of restricted the distance you can go to. If you want to go to somewhere a little further, Tallahassee or something like that, you won't be able to do that. Or as the battery gets older, it's going to be difficult to do this.
I'd like to give you a few points of information on that. When I say smaller battery, it's still quite a good sized battery for the vehicle that it's in. It has about 150-mile range, and I really believe our daily total would probably be in the 50-mile-ish type thing. The recharge time of that battery is easily done overnight, so I think that will be okay in terms of that. I also know that the warranty on the battery system is 8 years or 100,000 miles, so I think we've got a lot of opportunity to use that vehicle for that particular application.
Okay, I just don't want you to be restricted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone has questions?
I just have
Yeah.
a comment, Mayor.
Sure.
Thought it was Mr. Cruz standing up there. I hadn't seen you in so long.
Oh, my God.
It's that time of night, Paul. We gotta have a little fun. I think you mentioned it, but I just thought it was important to mention for the public is that these are lease purchases. So we're gonna, at the end of the couple of years, we're gonna own these.
That's right.
So I was happy to see that, but other than that, I don't have any comments other than messing with Mr. Smith.
Do you have a comment on this?
I mean, from a comment standpoint, I did talk to Ms. Questions. Yeah. So you've answered the questions that I've had. So thank you.
Thank you.
Donovan, you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. Would you mind going into the potential gas and maintenance savings a little bit?
Sure. I did some research on this before making the recommendation, and there was an article in Consumer Reports in October 2020 that looked at several electric vehicles and that very issue, including the model that we're talking about. And they've estimated about a $6,000 lifetime savings of using an electric vehicle, this model, compared to an equivalent gas engine model. So I think when you look at the capital cost factoring in the tax credit, it's not a big difference there, but where you really save is that O&M cost over each year, both in fuel and just not as much maintenance required.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm usually skeptical of new vehicle purchases, whether they're gas or electric. Obviously not for police and fire. That's kind of, they got to ride them harder. They get life or death scenarios, but I really appreciate you walking me through this and showing me the potential savings of it. Prior to our conversation, I'm more of everybody should drive a used Camry until into the ground and use the magnetic wrap on top of that. So I appreciate you walking me through it, educating me on some of the savings there. And I'm happy to, support these two purchases and kind of test the waters to see what our savings will actually look like.
Thank you, Commissioner. I meant to mention that we did listen to those comments coming forward from the last time we did a vehicle request a few months ago. So appreciate that feedback.
Commissioner Vaticius, any questions?
Thank you. These were the two that were an original memorandum, and then the memorandum was, I think the meeting was rescheduled for a couple of weeks later and the memorandum changed, they were taken out.
Well, yes, that's correct. And actually, we took them off just because the other ones needed to go forward and we wanted to evaluate this lease idea. So that's what, yeah.
And these are, these are not budgeted. These are not replacement vehicles, right? These are new vehicles.
They are new vehicles, but I do want to say that it's a phase-out type program. At least I can speak to the RO facility. We have a truck that we're currently using. It's a 2013. We're doing a lot of driving with that. Our plan is to reduce the usage and evaluate that each year and possibly not replace it once it factors out.
Right. No, I understand. And then these were not budgeted either, right? I mean, originally.
What happened with the I'm
They were
sorry, the
intended.
building department one is budgeted. The utilities one, we put the request in the fleet, but our department did not put it in our budget. So it was intended to be in the budget.
Yeah, it was a wait list or something like that, maybe, or not even there.
Just
huh?
missed it.
I'm trying to help you.
All right, thank you.
All
Yes.
right. No, it's fine. I'm supportive of this. I think that in today, 2021, 14 years, we're not going to have a choice with what type of car we're buying, maybe even sooner. And maybe there may be some federal mandate that's going to require it, that we do it sooner. So the sooner we start getting experience, and then the maintenance, what little there is, I'm sure you're taking some initiative, looking at it down the road and that sort of thing. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm not going to ask you anything specific because I don't think you've got an answer for it, but I appreciate that we're pursuing this now. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Smith, we'll go into public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online who wants to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Sure. I'm Dory Larson. I live at 1846 Lexington Place in Tarpon Springs. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that I'm not speaking on behalf of the Sustainability Committee this evening that I'm the chair of. I'm speaking as a resident and an EV owner, and professionally, I am the Electric Transportation Program Manager with the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. And I just really I'm excited about this opportunity to get EVs in the city's fleet. My personal story is we've owned an electric vehicle for over 3 years. We paid $8,400 for a used Nissan Leaf. It doesn't take any gasoline. The electricity cost is about a third of what gas would be. We've had no maintenance. There is no real routine maintenance other than, there's no oil changes. So really the only thing that we've done while we've owned it is changed the windshield wipers and rotated tires. And we did change the 12-volt battery because they do still have a 12-volt battery. And like Commissioner Vaticiotis mentioned, the industry is heading that way anyway. GM has announced by 2035, they're going to be phasing out traditional gas and diesel vehicles. Ford has made a $29 billion commitment to electrifying their fleet. So I think it's just a great way to get a few vehicles in the fleet and learn lessons from them. And I also wanted to mention that with that total cost of ownership, the intent really is to save taxpayer money overall. So, with the lower cost of the fuel and the lower maintenance, that's the plan, is that it would be a lower cost to taxpayers. But we haven't mentioned, and I would really like to hammer this point home, is the emissions benefits are far greater than people realize. With the traditional vehicle compared to an electric vehicle, the emissions are reduced by over half. So we're talking about much fewer greenhouse gas emissions going into the environment. And we're also talking about no tailpipe. So there are not those public health criteria pollutants that are coming out of tailpipes. And, in the middle of a global pandemic with COVID, which is a respiratory disease impacting people's lives, it's important to consider that, the cleaner our air is, the cleaner our bodies are. So I would really encourage you to approve this item and thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else online?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. So it's back to us. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any commission comments, questions?
Just had a quick comment, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to thank Ms. Larson for her commitment on the Sustainability Committee and also bringing her expertise with coming up with the savings for the city. I do think that creativity is a great asset, especially with the electric vehicle front. Paul, thank you for your work with this group as well and coming through and obviously being good stewards of the money that we have to spend. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hear none. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. The next, which is the item number 12, as related to the one we just discussed. This is the resolution 2021-13, master lease agreement for the electric vehicles. City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Mayor, Commissioners, Resolution 2021-13, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, declaring its intent to enter into a master lease purchase agreement with Texas Capital Bank N.A. and associated agreements, authorizing the city manager to execute said agreements, setting the aggregate principal amount of the leases, subjecting the payment of the leases to annual appropriation, confirming that the city does not anticipate to issue more than $10 million of tax-exempt obligations during the current calendar year, and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-13 by title only.
Okay, thank you. Staff report.
I'll be very brief here. This is essentially a master lease that you would be authorizing the city manager to execute the individual vehicle leases under this agreement.
Thank you. Anybody has any questions to staff? None? Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We need a motion
Motion approved.
Second.
and roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 13, resolution 2021-14, ratified executive orders. City Attorney, please read the resolution.
Mayor, Commissioners, Resolution 2021-14, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2021-09 and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to March 9, 2021, ratifying Executive Order 2021-10 and extending the declaration of a local state of emergency to March 16, 2021, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-14 by title only.
Thank you. Are there any questions to City Attorney? Commissioner Terrapini?
Less of a question, Mayor, more of an opportunity to use this to talk about special events. Would now be appropriate given the,
We'll come back into the comments and discussion if you want.
on this?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump? Anyone online?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
We need a motion.
So moved.
Second. Commissioner comments, Commissioner Terrapini?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to discuss the special events as it was brought to our attention tonight by former Commissioner Sieber. I think it's something that we have briefly began to touch on. And I won't take up much more of the board's time other than to ask the city manager to place an item on the next agenda to discuss special events? Can we do that?
Sure, that's a request, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. Again, we're in meetings about them, but I'm not sure what you want the topic. We've had meetings this week with the Merchants Association to talk about some in the future. Those discussions have begun. I don't know what more of an update we'll give you, although we'd be glad to discuss it, but we're nowhere near out of the water on this thing. And these other events that they're talking about in other cities are really controlled events. And that's what we're talking about with the merchants, what type of events and what has to go on with these controlled events like Dunedin and the other places. They're not the events that were out there if anybody check into them. So we've already begun our discussion with the Merchants Association to discuss bringing, we're talking about the wine walk events and some limitations. We're talking about a couple of events more towards the local, I forget what they call it, local topia or something, type events where a lot of the local businesses are emphasized with vendors, but vendors spread off. I'm looking in the April, May timeframe of one at the docks and one at the downtown. So those discussions and have just began this week. I'm not sure if we'll have more for you by next meeting, but those discussions have already begun.
So that sounds good. I'm glad to hear that the discussions have begun. And I understand that it would be scaled back and with limitations, but I do think it's important for the residents and business owners alike to start to feel like we're opening things up.
Right now it's three. Again, three we're discussing. Wine walk type event with some limited things, and then two events, one downtown and one docks. Limited a little bit with numbers, trying to emphasize local businesses, but having some vendors, but not a complete vendor event where it's all vendors in the places. It's a lot of local additions to the businesses on the docks in the downtown. Those are the three events we're talking about right now for the first ones to come up.
Whatever you have by the next meeting, if you could give us some kind of a update or the board could take some action if needed, that'd be appreciated. I think now's the time to start doing that. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question as well on that. Same answer, of course. Just to cut to the chase, are we saying no to anybody that they can't have an event?
No, we're saying we're open for discussions under the parameters that we have.
Okay, and I know the wine walk, just out of curiosity, what's the one for the sponge docks that's being discussed?
The two events for downtown, the sponge docks are events. They're sort of like the vendor events like they have down there, whatever they want to call them and stuff, but a limitation of not streets full of vendors trying to get local businesses to be involved with putting stuff out and supplementing that with few vendors scaled out on the docks in downtown to have a limited version. One at the docks, one at the downtown to try to start that back up.
Would you be amenable to talking to others as well? I know that, for example, the Night in the Islands is something that one of the organizations did not want to do, but the Sponge Docks business people are interested in starting, and they were looking for a sponsor to do that. So you would be amenable to discussing that with them as well, right? Remember the old Night in the Islands?
We've opened up we've made it pretty clear. Again, just like as you saw from the emails, an event on a private property that we're working with a church on and some better parameters and some better things. We've also opened up that we'll listen to anything and try to construct it to meet guidelines and, a little scale down, but still have the effect of bringing people in without the safety. So we're open for any groups to come forward and sit down and let's discuss where we can scale up and go to.
We're talking about public area now.
Yes,
Public, okay.
we're talking
All
public,
right,
yes.
that's good. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mr. Licorice, when you have this agreement with the business community, then you come back to us and let us know what you have.
And I can give you an update next meeting.
Thank you.
We just had our first meeting this week. So with that, again, it was just with the merchants group. It had been set. I don't know. We knew this was coming up, so we had the meeting set up for Monday. to discuss where we could go and where we need to start out to move forward to bring in. Again, it'll all come to you to make sure you have the comfort level with the type of event that we want to start bringing forward. So they understand it still has that hurdle. To get through our committee, they have to come before the board to make sure this board is comfortable. But, we're looking at the other events from the other cities. They're not, I've heard this thing and, we talked about it at our city manager meeting Friday. These other events in Dunedin and some of the places that started up are not the events that they used to have before. They're seriously scaled down and adopted to the times and stuff. And that's what we're open up to discussing here. And there's ways to do it because there's been successful ways of doing it. So I think we can put together start back some events. Obviously, everything's packed now. So we're mainly worrying about the time after Easter, when you're getting to the April and May. Anybody's been down at the docks on the weekends or downtown, it's very busy. But what I think the worry is that that's going to drop off after Easter. So that's what we're working for, to try to put something together and try to balance it with as safe as possible. So it's ongoing. And again, I can give you an update on that as we progress.
Thank you. I think we need to go back slowly anyway. Do we have any other commission comments? If not, we need a motion, and we got a motion. So roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Okay, the next 14A and 14B are related. We're going to be discussing them together, but we're going to vote separately. So the item with 14A, which is the ordinance 2020-39, sign design requirements, is a second reading, which was deferred from February 23rd, 2021, regular session. City Attorney, would you please read the ordinance?
Yes, this is ordinance 2020-39, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending Article 11, sign regulations, providing for graphic illustrations of sign types, establishing incentives for creative signs, increasing the required setback for certain sign types, allowing for certain types of roof signs, discouraging the use of pole signs, establishing a landmark sign designation process, providing for codification and severability, and providing an effective date. That was the second final reading of ordinance 2020-39 by title only. It was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on January 6th and January 27th, 2021.
Thank you. Staff report?
Excuse me, Renee Vincent, Planning Director. Just for brevity, these are second readings of ordinance 2020-40 and 2020-39. There've been no changes since first reading other than to incorporate the changes that were recommended by the board at first reading. With regard to ordinance 2039, which specifically the landmark sign ordinance portion of that, when we did take that back to the board, to the Historic Preservation Board for review, they did recommend approval unanimously. The only thing that they noted during their review was that they expressed concern that the ordinance, and we're talking specifically about the landmark sign ordinance piece of it, does not appear to protect the landmark sign once designated if an owner decides to remove it. So that really was not part of the ordinance as it was drafted. It's something that we can take a look at in the future. This was really more to be a protection mechanism as opposed to a preserve it at all costs mechanism. So there were no other changes have been made.
Thank you. Are there any questions to staff?
No, I just was going to comment. I appreciate you passing it by the Historic Preservation Board.
Oh, absolutely,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? We hear none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online who wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
We need a motion.
So moved.
Are there any commission comments?
Second.
Any commission comments? None? And roll call, please.
This is for ordinance 2020-39. Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is the item 14B, which is the ordinance 2020-40. This is for parkland subdivision signs and lighting. This is a second reading, it was deferred from February 23rd, 2021 regular session. Mr. Trask, would you please read the ordinance?
Mayor Commissioners, ordinance 2020-40, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, regulating the design of traffic control signs and light posts in parking lots and subdivisions. Adding section 127.06 of Article 9 of Appendix A, the Comprehensive Zoning and Land Development Code of the Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances concerning parking lot traffic control signage and lighting standards, amending section 163.10 and 163.11 of Article 10 of Appendix A of the Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances concerning subdivision street signs and street lights, providing for codification and severability, and providing an effective date. That was the second and final reading of ordinance 2020-40 by title only. It was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on January 6th and January 27th, 2021.
Ms. Vince, you have anything you to share with us?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do anyone has any questions to staff? Hear none. Public comments, do you have anybody who wants to speak on this item? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody who is wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir.
Okay.
If you could state your name and address for the record.
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I just want to say that these public notices are out of date. They're very archaic. No one's looking at the newspaper or the Tampa Bay Times to see what's going on in our city. You guys have to be more creative with citizen engagement. That's why you created this platform, to let people know. I think the platform looks like the website's been made back in the 90s. So I hope we can make it look better as we finalize it. And regarding these light poles and certain subdivisions, is that subdivisions all across Tarpon Springs or just a special area plan? If one of you commissioners could touch up on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else who wishing to speak?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second. Are there any commission comments? We hear none. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 15, the ordinance 2021-01, adoption of building code changes. This is the first reading. It was deferred from February 23rd, 2021 regular session. Mr. Powell, Mr. Attorney, would you please read the ordinance first?
Yes, Mayor. This is ordinance 2021-01, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, updating the references to the current versions of the technical codes in section 6-1 and 7-12 of the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. That was the first reading of ordinance 2021-01 by title only. The second reading will be held on April 13th, 2021. And this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on February 24th, 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Powell is ready to present it.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Kevin Powell, Building Development Department Director. This is going to update the references that we use for the building code, keeping us in compliance with the state statutes in the building code. We're indicating that we are enforcing the 2020 edition of the Florida Building Code, 7th edition of the Florida Fire Prevention Code, the 2017 National Electric Code, the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code, the 1985 Standard Unsafe Abatement Code, and the Flood Resistant Standard and Designs, the ASCE 24 for the building. And then we're also updating the Fire Prevention Code that has been adopted by the state. And the Fire Prevention Code will be the Florida Fire Prevention Code 7th edition. These are updates that we already enforce. However, we just need to go ahead and update that in our technical code. Any questions?
Yes, the chapter 1 that it needs to be, which is specific for Tarpon Springs, is it something that you need to have immediately or that can wait?
I do not need to have that immediately. This is things that we can discuss as time goes on. This is the Florida Building Code as adopted by the state. The Chapter 1 amendments will be in a workshop in the future that we can have discussion on.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thanks for keeping us up to date. My only question is if we have a date set right now for our work session that's going to be on the fees.
I don't know when that's going to be, but yes, I do want to bring the fees forward at the same time as the amendment to Chapter 1. But
Okay.
yeah, we're just waiting on the date for workshop on that.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think
You okay?
Mr. Powell answered my question.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. We'll go to public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jum, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any commission comments, questions, comments, discussion? Hear none. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. The next three items, 16, 17, and 18, are quasi judicial. So number 16, which is the resolution 2021-06, this is the application 21-5, conditioning use for construction of a single-family dwelling on Cedar Street. City Attorney, would you please read the resolution?
Yes, Mayor. Commissioners, this is Resolution 2021-09, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 21-5, requesting conditional use permit to allow construction of one single-family residence on Lot 48 of Riverview subdivision located on the north side of Cedar Street between North Pinellas Avenue and North Safford Avenue and the T4C district of the special area plan, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was reading of Resolution 2021-09 by title only. I'd like to go ahead and read the hearing procedures for quasi-judicial proceedings. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply a law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. So at this point, I'd ask any of the commissioners if they have any ex parte communications or conflicts of interest they would like to disclose before I swear in the witnesses. Not seeing any. All right, anyone's going to speak? Renee, I see you here. You raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay. So, Mayor, is it okay if she goes ahead and proceeds?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. This is application, excuse me, 21-5. for construction of a new single-family home. This is in the T4C district of the special area plan, and as such does require conditional use approval. I'll keep this brief. I mean, really, there's no issues with, compatibility. Everything around there is, single family or vacant. So I mean, there's really, in the brevity for time, we find that it's compatible with all the conditional use, compliant with all the conditional use criteria, and we do recommend approval of this conditional use for a single family structure.
And you wanted to submit your staff report and
Yes.
evidence?
And yes, and this did get reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board. They did recommend approval by unanimous vote.
All right, thank you. If you hang just a second. Does the commission have any questions of Ms. Vincent on this application? No. Any questions? I see Commissioner
Mr.
Donovan. I'm sorry, Mayor, did you have some questions?
Yes, I just wanted to say that that's not, this is one of the corrections we're going to make on the smart code we talked about earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
That was my comment. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So is the applicant here tonight, or is the applicant in attendance by Zoom? Mr. Jump?
If the applicant is here, if you would please raise your hand.
I'm not sure what happened with the applicant.
We do not have a raised hand at this time.
Okay, so we'll skip the applicant then. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this issue tonight? Not seeing any. Ms. Jacobs, is there anyone that has sent in an email today for this item?
No emails.
Okay, Mr. Jump, now we're going to go back to the people on Zoom. Is there anyone else besides the applicant there that was going to speak on this agenda item?
If anyone would like to speak on this agenda item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it's back to the commission for consideration and approval.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
Are there any questions or any comments, any discussion? No? And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Next is item number 17, which is also quasi-judicial resolution 2021-10, the application 21-1, conditional use approval for tourist home. This is at the 38 West Center Street. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Resolution 2021-10, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 21-1, requesting a conditional use permit to allow the operation of a tourist home at 38 West Center Street, located on the north side of Center Street between North Pinellas Avenue and Grand Boulevard, in the residential multifamily zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-10 by title only. The quasi-judicial procedures are the same for this hearing as previously read. Ms. Vincent, you've already been sworn in. You can go ahead and make your presentation.
Thank you. And just so, I think the salient point on this will be distance separation requirements, so we'll go ahead and use the overheads. This is the location of the property. It is an existing single-family house. It was built in the early 1900s. The purchaser of the property is actually the gentleman that lives adjacent next door. So he intends to purchase this and operate it from the next door. So that's a consideration as well. The property is zoned RM, residential multifamily. That entire area there is multifamily. This is just outside the special area plan. Within the regular land development code zoning districts in RM, a tourist home is a conditional use. That's been in the code going back to the early 1990s. Again, just location and context. We do have the standard review criteria for a conditional use. Conformance with the land development code. They do have to provide at least 2 parking spaces, which they can do. The existing property is non-conforming for a side setback, but again, it precedes our code standards for setbacks. We do believe that in this instance, this is the use is appropriate and compatible with the area. We do have a mix of uses in the area, both single-family, multifamily, and, directly to the east, you have North Pinellas Avenue. I'm just going to look at closer up. So within the special area plan boundary, which, is pretty close here, this property is actually in the special area plan. That is an existing short-term rental. Within the special area plan, there are no distance separation requirements between short-term rentals. However, in the land development code, in the RM, or anywhere that it would be a conditional use, there's a 1,200-foot distance separation requirement. So we're in two different worlds here. This is kind of an uncontemplated conundrum, if you will. So it clearly meets separation from the other tourist home that's been approved that's in the special area plan here. That's the closest one. It does not meet distance separation requirements from the tourist home, the short-term rental, that's how they're termed in the SMART code, from this particular unit. So we are still, because they're different codes altogether, we are, and this was not part of the RM district, so we are recommending approval with this distance separation as is shown. The review criteria for the conditional use, we do find that it's consistent with the comp plan. Would not adversely impact historical or environmental resources or adjoining property values. Again, a lot of these are subject to how these properties are managed. It's an infill property, so it's already has city facilities. And it's an adaptive reuse of an existing single-family structure that's close to the downtown. So the staff recommendation is to approve. There's a set of recommended conditions. These are somewhat standard for these that as we have reviewed them in the past. It must remain, operated as a single-family residence, rented as a single living unit. We have some smoke detector or fire extinguisher requirements, carbon monoxide detector requirements, and then requirements for a business tax receipt. Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this and did recommend approval, was recommended for approval unanimously, and we had no public comment there. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you might have, if I can.
All right, before you do that, you want to tender into evidence your staff report, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Questions, Mayor?
Yes. Ms. Vincent, do we know how many bedrooms the house has?
I think it's only 2 bedroom. I think it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I'm remembering from the Planning and Zoning Board discussion.
Is there a restriction how many people they can actually accommodate in there?
We do not have a restriction. And when the gentleman spoke at Planning and Zoning Board, he indicated that he would limit his, the occupancy to 6. So it's 2-bedroom, 2-bath, have a couch with some kids or something. So we don't have, but we do not have a restriction.
So they're going to have at least 2 cars there, right? So
Correct.
Do you have a parking space for that?
They do have that. They do have that.
Okay. I'm sure the neighbors will notify.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we get any response from the neighbors?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? I'm sorry. Commissioner Townsend, Terrapini?
Thanks, Renee. You said this multiple times, but just to be clear, if there was a property adjacent to 18 West Orange and it was in the special area plan and they wanted to apply for a conditional use approval, there's no distance requirement.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticiotis, you had a question?
No, answer that again. What was the question if there wouldn't be a distance requirement?
So if it's in the special area plan, there is no distance requirement.
Thank you. I do have another question. Let me ask you, somewhere something tells me we're going to see another one on Center Street next month. Am I wrong about that? Or is there anything in the pipeline that?
That's not ringing a bell, but I won't say that we had, but that there isn't.
But this side of Center Street is outside the special area plan, and
This is outside the special area plan, correct? This is under the land
right,
development
and the
code.
one on the South side
Is in.
is, okay, all right. Just for my benefit, when we have a conditional use, and I think I've already got the answer, and the property sells, does that conditional use run with the property or is it with the owner?
Conditional use will run with the property as long as there's no break in the use for more than 6 months. So if it was sold to another property and they discontinued the use for 6 months, they would lose that conditional use. But as long as they continue using it, it runs with the land.
And as the mayor asked, there wasn't any restriction, but if there becomes a problem, we can always call it back for additional consideration.
We have our normal procedure, our normal, what am I trying to say? Noise, nuisance provisions. Yes, we can revisit if necessary.
And I briefly discussed this with Ms. Vincent. So just very quickly, I asked for a map of all the short-term rentals that we have, and we don't have a whole lot.
Disappointing, wasn't it?
In 1990, but since 1990, but you could go to a couple of websites and it ranges from 159 to 668 short-term rentals in Tarpon Springs.
Wow.
I've got the websites that give you this, and we've got a lot more short-term rentals. So I'm going to ask the city attorney at some point to have a discussion item on this to establish some kind of a policy. Many of them are showing up in the R zoning districts where they're not even allowed, whether they're conditional use or not. And there's a lot of homes that are being purchased today for the purpose of short-term rentals. And this smacks very much of the tourist home issue that we had back in the 1990s, where, again, we were unprepared and they were showing up in west winds and all kinds of places. And it was a big growing pain to get that turned around. I mean, there's not even a requirement for a realtor to tell somebody that you can't have a tourist home, even if that, if that discussion takes place or anything. So I think somehow we need to get our arms around this thing. I mean, in this particular case, this gentleman's asked for approval of a conditional use. There's many others that aren't even asking. They're just doing short-term rentals. And from my perspective, I just would like to hear from the residents and also to kind of have some more formal policy on this thing. So that's what my interest is. And right now, I don't have an issue with this one, and we don't have another one coming down the road. So I'm okay with this one, especially given the location of alternate 19 and the proximity of the historic district and some of our key properties around town. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, no other questions of Ms. Vincent. Is the applicant present? I don't see him in the audience. Is Mr. Jump, can you tell us whether the applicant is attending by Zoom?
If the applicant is online, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have a raised hand at this time, sir.
All right, thank you. So it's now time for Ms. Jacobs, any email?
No emails.
Okay, Mr. Jump, I'm back to you again. Is there anyone else that is attending by Zoom that wants to speak to this agenda item other than the applicant?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir.
Okay. Name and address, please.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue.
Okay, I need to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
If you raise your right hand to be sworn on oath, you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say the tourist home / transient home, how are those being accepted, but yet there's not Airbnbs who are actually listed within that neighborhood who technically can't run? I just don't want to have a double standard. I think it's time to start looking towards Airbnbs who can start getting rented in those areas, especially the special area plans. And I don't see too much of the difference between a transient home / tourist home and being able to rent Airbnbs in the area. So we got to have some consistency. I think there could have been some other subject properties in the area that could have been used. There may be a property over by Villa Plumosa. I don't think it's considered in the special area plan, but may be used as an Airbnb. So we need to not have a double standard, and transient living, is that people just coming by for a few months and getting out? I understand it also could be motor vehicleists who are coming in the area and tourists, but I don't want to create a transient world down in downtown Tarpon Springs, and make sure we're keeping an eye on it too. And we're starting to accommodate the Airbnb people who want to bring people to town. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. It's back to the commission for consideration.
We need a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
Mr. Trask, I don't know if it's appropriate. Do you have any information, what's the latest with the Florida House of Representatives? Because that's one of the subjects they're talking about, the tourist homes.
It is a subject of discussion every legislative session. And so I don't have any particulars as to where any particular bill is relative to suggested changes, but it is discussed every single time. As for your code, you have some protections in place right now. So long as we don't change those, they're going to be protected under the statute because of the deadline date. And I would just caution us to not make any changes to that would otherwise affect that. As for, violations of the current code, those are code enforcement issues. And so if we wanted to give direction to, or the city manager wants to give direction to city staff to search for those violations, that can be done. There are companies that can be hired to also do that search for city staff. For example, the city of Dunedin uses a company by the name of Host Compliance to find all of the illegal short-term rentals in their city. So that's a possibility too. But back to your question, I don't have any specifics for you as of today relative to proposed changes.
Okay. So you are recommending that we should wait and see what happens before we go forward, just leave things like they are?
Yeah, I don't think that you need to make any changes at this point, and I'm very afraid that if you do, you may subject yourself to losing any control that you have at all.
Yeah, well, my suggestion to Commissioner Vaticiores is probably something to wait and see what happens. Tallahassee.
No, I wasn't getting at that. I think we just need to have a basic understanding of what are the laws today. I mean, there's House Bill 219 is what you're asking about, Mayor.
Right,
And
yeah.
so, and I think the Florida League of Cities has asked us to, for a resolution to oppose that bill. But from my perspective, I don't, it's kind of a fuzzy thing. And you heard one resident kind of mixing terms with it. And I'm accustomed to one term, and the Airbnb, I'm sure there may be some provisions where if a person's living in the home, they can lease a room out without any kind of anything from the city, as long as they're living in the home. But there's other Airbnbs, which are whole homes sort of thing, which is qualified as a short-term rental, and they can't operate an Airbnb or whatever else they want to call it, a VRBO. So right now, I think that the workshop that I'm talking about is not to change anything as much as to understand the environment that we're in. Just the question that you asked, the comments that the city attorney made, the comments that I just made, and just so we'll know what the challenges are. And I don't want to turn Tarpon Springs into one great big motel either. And we've got an awful lot of these things popping up with us just kind of sitting by and watching it. And I'm not saying anything as far as the city attorney's comments. I just need to understand things a little better. And I can do this offline with the planning director as well. I don't need the rest of the commission, but unless the rest of the commission felt that they should have some of that information as well. So I'll deal with the city manager on this and see what he wants. So
Are there any additional comments on this item? No. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 18, Resolution 2021-11, the application 21-11, site plan approval, Red Bank Investments, 1372 North Pinellas Avenue. This is also quasi judicial. This is actually a repeat. City Attorney, please read the resolution.
Okay, is there any individual commissioners that have a conflict of interest or ex parte communication you'd like to reveal?
I have a conflict
Commissioner?
of interest. I've recently began marketing this property for sale.
Okay, so you're going to abstain from voting then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and read a resolution. 2021-11, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 21-11, requesting site plan approval for Red Bank Investments LLC to construct a specialty retail building of 12,750 square feet of gross floor area on 2.01 acres more or less, located at 1372 North Pinellas Avenue on the southeast corner of North Pinellas Avenue and Dixie Highway in the Highway Business HB zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of Resolution 2021-11 by title only. This is going to be based on the quasi-judicial hearing procedures, which I've already read out loud. Ms. Vincent, you've already been sworn under oath. Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
This is application 21-11 for property at the corner of Rainville Road and Alt 19. And this project was previously approved. And this is essentially an identical project that was previously approved in 2019. The owner developer missed the deadline to apply for some sort of site construction permits that would keep everything active. And so the site plan did expire. So what's before you tonight is simply a rehearing of the identical site plan. The only thing that's changed since the first application was Pinellas County, FDOT have done some improvements on that segment of road. So it actually does have sidewalks now. So we removed that condition for sidewalks that was in the original resolution since they're already there. Virtually everything else is identical. This did get reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, and they did recommend approval unanimously. And I would enter into the record the staff report, and staff recommendation is to approve this.
Thank you. Any commissioners have questions for Ms. Vincent? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present tonight? Is the applicant online? Mr. Jump?
If the applicant is online, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed into the meeting to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Anyone in the audience wish to speak on this? I'm not seeing anyone. Ms. Jacobs, any emails on this particular agenda item?
No emails.
Okay, Mr. Jump, I'm back to you. Is there anyone else that's joined by Zoom that would like to speak on this agenda item other than the applicant?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand, sir.
Okay, who is this, please?
Panagiotis Koulias, you can swear me in, Mr. Trask?
You've already been sworn in, so you can go ahead and proceed.
Yes, sir. I'm actually happy to see that area is actually starting to get developed with some more stores. I am disappointed in the recusal again of Townsend Terrapini. This ongoing issue is a real not good thing for our public service and the overall personal interests of people. And I'm hoping to see this type of stuff end really soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jump. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, it's back to the commission for consideration.
Thank you. We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Are there any commission comments?
The only comment I would make is just to make sure they're aware of, I remember discussing this in the past, just some of the driver visibility stuff. It doesn't look like it's going to be an issue here from the site plan, but just something to keep in mind moving forward is some driver visibility with people cutting through from, if there's backup at the light, trying to turn left or right on Alt 19 from Dixie Highway. I could see a lot of drivers just saying, oh, well, I'll just cut through this site and hop to the front of the line. So just something to be aware of, keep an eye on.
Any other comments? And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Well, that concludes the regular session agenda, and we go to staff comments. Major Trill, thank you for serving with us. Any comments?
Yeah, just real short and sweet. It's a bittersweet day. I didn't talk early because it was Jeff's time. I'm excited and happy for Chief Coaching, but I really hate to see him go. I love that guy. It's been a pleasure working with him for 25 and a half years. He was my first sergeant, then he was my captain. When I became a sergeant, he was my chief, and I became a major. And I really hate to see him go. On the other hand, I'm excited for my old zone partner. We started out, he was already here when I came here in 1995. In fact, we were just talking about it 25 years ago. He said he wanted to be chief. I said, that's great, because I don't. I said, I want to run operations. And 25 years later, he's chief and I'm running operations. And it was exactly what we talked about 25 years ago. I'm super happy for him, excited, great dude. I look forward to working for him until I leave in a few years.
Thank you, Major. Mr. Trask, any comments?
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Licorice?
No, I want to preserve time for the CRA.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs?
No comments, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No comments.
Commissioner Terrapini, any comments?
No, sir.
Commissioner Donovan?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticiotis? Well, I'd just like to express my condolences to the family and to the city of Bel Air for the passing of Mayor Kerry Katika. Mayor Katika served as a commission on the commission in Bel Air for over 20 years. Him and I were served together on the Mayor's Council for 5 years now, and may his memory be eternal. He was a hell of a nice guy, very, very nice guy. So, but with that concludes our regular session meeting, and it's adjourned at 10:35 p.m. And we're now going to the CRA meeting. I'm calling to order the meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, March 9th, 10:21 at 10:35 p.m. Roll call.
Chair LaHousas?
Here?
Vice Chair Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
The first item on the agenda is approval of final Forbes property agreement. Mr. City Attorney, would you explain the agreement that we got and some of the remarks that you got back from the applicant?
Right. So first, I want to remind you that we did have a meeting on this. It was on February 23rd. I asked for some direction on behalf of city staff, the city manager and city staff, and I got that direction. We took the ground lease and purchase option or option to purchase and made the changes that were requested by the commission and provided that to the developer's attorney on February 24th. The document itself I provided earlier today so that you would have it. We were waiting for comments. We did not get comments back until today. I provided those comments to you also by email today. The comments were that the developer was not interested in the $7,500 credit for building permit fees to be attached and be incentive-based. The developer is requesting that the $7,500 be given when the certificate of occupancy was issued. So in other words, it would just be a credit and it wouldn't be associated with anything that the developer is doing other than completing the project. In addition to that, today the developer requested language in the lease agreement that would address timeframes being extended so that they would have, what I was told on the telephone today was at least 16 months of uninterrupted time in which to build their project. The way that the email was provided today would say that if there was any particular action or time frame that would slow the project down or cause the project to be interrupted for more than 15 consecutive days, that those timeframes would be extended. And lastly, there's a question as to whether or not the city is going to pay for the title insurance on the property or whether the developer is going to pay for the title insurance on the property. The title insurance, I don't have an estimate, a rough estimate, $750 to $1,000 probably. I didn't ask our title attorney for that breakdown because I got this so late in the day. But that's what I would assume it would be, around $750 to $1,000. And the developer wants you to pay for that. He doesn't want to pay for it. So those were the three issues that were raised based upon the draft that I had provided on February 24th. And I know Ms. Cole has sat back there all night long, and she's here probably to answer any questions and probably make a statement too. But that's what I have at this point. We'd like you to approve the agreement as written based upon the changes that you had given direction on last meeting, February 23rd.
Would you please explain your legal advice on those three items that you're requesting?
So the first one was the commission wanted to give them a $7,500 incentive if they had completed the project within 24 months. They don't want that $7,500 to be in any form an incentive. They just want you to give it to them. But it would be done at the CO. The second one relating to timeframes, there's already a provision in the lease that talks about what the lawyers call force majeure, acts of God, those types of things. We already have a paragraph in the lease. It already addresses that, and it's on paragraph 23 of the lease. I don't think any change needs to be made for that. The last thing in the email was who's going to pay the cost of title insurance, and obviously it would be my recommendation that the developer pay for that title insurance cost to save the city the money.
Is that the normal process? Who pays for it?
The buyer normally pays, or the seller normally pays for the title insurance commitment, and the buyer would pay for that policy. So it's kind of split. But again, that's negotiated in every real estate deal, so it could be either way.
Thank you. That's all questions that I have. Vice Mayor, you got any questions to the attorney?
These are just questions, or would you want to make a comment on 1, 2, 3? What do you want to do here?
Let's go questions first and make sure it's clear, then we'll
Okay.
come back to it.
No, it's pretty clear on what was said.
Commissioner Terrapini, any questions?
No, sir.
Commissioner Donovan, do you have any questions?
My only question to simplify it would just be, so they just said no to our counter offer of the 7,500 being set to a timetable?
Basically.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Okay.
Commissioner Vatiquioris, do you have any questions to the attorney?
Yes, where do we go from here, Mr. Trask? I mean, if this is approved this evening, if these three things are resolved, then the next thing we'll be seeing is the final document?
That's correct.
And that would be perhaps at the next, I guess, next CRE meeting, which could be at the next commission meeting?
That's our intention, to do it as soon as
Okay.
possible.
All right.
So, yes.
I don't, you know, the $7,500 tied to a performance criteria was a nice idea. You know, the idea was that we satisfy the proposal as it was originally submitted, so I don't have an issue with the request. I'm not going to start a war over $750 to $1,000. Let me put it that way. And I don't have a preference one way or the other. I just want to get this thing done, get it back before us. And quite frankly, the amount of my time and probably this commission's to say, okay, you know, we want you to pay the $750 and then we get a counter offer on that and we're listening to it during another CRA meeting. It's just not worth $750. I just want this thing before so we can sign it.
Thank you.
Or approve it. Thank you.
We'll go to commission comments. Are there any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the
You were
developer.
sitting there, I didn't recognize you. I'm sorry.
I was
With the
sitting in the
mask,
back most of
yeah.
the night, so I slipped in during public hearings. I think we appreciate your patience with this process. As time has gone on, I think the developer's biggest concern is simply the permitting process and being sure that both sides are diligently working on approving those permits. And so part of the conversation I had with Mr. Trask and that my client's desires in one of the drafts that we had previously proposed in giving some of the performance dates was not only that the developer was held to a 30-month time frame, but that the city was held to some timely responses and not put in so the developer was not put in a position that it took a significant amount of time to permit the project and get through the site plan approval in no fault of his own, but then did not have a sufficient time, 15 or 16 months to actually construct the project. And so that's the desire of the uninterrupted construction time is ensuring, and I believe I said verbally to Mr. Trask and then emailed him something different, trying to mediate some of the things that he and I were talking about, that in the draft, it's a commitment that the developer does have this uninterrupted time for construction of 16 months after the permitting. They feel that 30 months is reasonable, but in some recent projects in the city, the actual construction permitting timeframes have been a little bit longer than they anticipated. And so it's that front-end timeframe that they're most worried about, not necessarily the construction. They feel confident once they have the permits in hand, absent a force majeure event, that they could move quickly through. So those are the issues specifically. So we would request that consideration of the mutual benefit. I think there's been various languages proposed in different drafts about the mutual timeframes and time being of the essence on both sides. So I think at one point in a very late email this afternoon, and my apologies to both Mr. Licoris and Mr. Trask, I suggested that perhaps we could have a specific timeframe in that same paragraph of 11B that says the city shall respond within 15 working days of permit submittals to 15 working days. And I think right now 3 weeks is the standard that the city aspires to anyway, that those comments would be received within those 15 working days. And that would give the developer the comfort that the permitting process would be moving along in anticipation of the uninterrupted construction time. And Mr. Mavromatis is on the phone, if on the Zoom phone, if I'm looking at my text messages from him too, if you would like him to address that directly as well.
I think that's it.
Is he going to speak?
I don't know that he needs to speak or that he would want
Okay.
to know.
Well,
I think
I was
just,
waiting. I didn't know if he
no,
was to
sorry.
speak or not. Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. Licoris, the 15 working days
No, I'd
request.
be against that language.
Huh?
I would be against that language.
Okay.
And I need to address that as well. You don't have control over the building official. The building official pursuant to state statute controls the activity there. I mean, you can ask him, but he ultimately has control of that process. So I would be very hesitant to put any timeline on the building official.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, respectfully, while the building official's timeline may not be controlled, I think the bigger concern is that the lease would expire and there would be a default on the developer side for an action that was not his. And so even mitigating language that extends that 30-month time frame in the event those response times are delayed, I think would probably meet the developer's goals.
And just for clarity's sake, their time period that they had requested was 27 months, and I rounded it up to 30 months to make sure that there was significant enough leeway in there for all that to be completed.
Okay, so we got 3 extra months to accommodate those delays then, right? Okay, there's one more, the last one, the Tyler Insurance, our city attorney, it says that's an item that can be negotiated or is usually the developer pays for the policy. Yeah.
I think
Can you respond to
the
that?
developers can pay. I think there was a question just ensuring some of the language was consistent in the lease. And so generally, as Mr. Trask said, a commitment's paid by one party, the policy paid by the other party, the doc stamps paid by one party. In a municipal transaction, I understand that's different, but we would just want that specified. In this, all closing costs are paid for by the purchaser, which was not necessarily standard.
That's the way that I'm proposing it. All the closing costs be paid by the developer. The issue that we're talking about right now is there is a discrepancy in the lease between one subparagraph and another as to who's going to actually pay that, and we just needed that clarity. What do you want to do so that we can clarify those 2 subparagraphs?
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions to Ms. Call? Or to Mr. Attorney?
No, I'm happy to go through the 3 items and.
Okay. Commissioner Terrapini?
No, sir.
Commissioner Donovan?
I have no questions. I'm ready for comments.
Commissioner
I don't have any questions except what, in a motion, there will be the 3 terms listed and what we're willing to do. Is that correct?
Yes,
How
sir.
we're going to proceed? Okay, thank you.
We're going to go to, if there's any other public comments on this item. I hear none. Are there any emails, Ms. Jacobs?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online who wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand this time, sir.
Okay.
If you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
There you are.
Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me
sir.
now?
Yes, sir, we can. If you can state your name and address.
Yes, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs. And I've listened to your discussion with regards to this, and it's an issue I've brought up before about not having backup. And I'm here at home and clicking on the link, and there is no backup for this item. There is for the annual report, but not this item. But I hear you discussing contracts such that it was in writing, it should have been provided. I understand possibly what you got today as a counter response might not have been sufficient time to post it. However, it appears that you should have had plenty of time to put up any kind of backup or even the contract. I've been listening to who pays the title insurance, how many months, 30 months, 16 months, 27 months, $7,500. I heard your discussion the last meeting. Even at the last meeting, the link to the Forbes property was not active with any backup. You're all talking about stuff stuff. We don't know what was the actual agreement on. Was it to give these people the property in exchange for things? I heard something last week about $20,000 and $12,000. I have no clue what the hell you guys are voting on and going to be approving. Start putting information out for the public to know what's going on so we can understand what's happening here. You keep doing all this stuff under the head, the cap of the CRA, and you're the same board. We need at the next charter advisory board review to have the CRA be not a self-appointed by the BOC, but other members, and one member of the BOC can represent you on the CRA. But this changing hats and doing all this stuff under the CRA with the public not knowing what's going on is disgraceful. Shame, shame, shame to all of you. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. And God bless Katie Cole for having to sit and listen through all the other stuff till her eyes are getting all red and she's tired and she's got to get to work in the morning and y'all arguing about stuff that no one knows about. Good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else wishing to speak?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We need a motion. We need a motion.
I wish I could articulate the 15-day issue. If somebody could kind of give me just some simple language for that, as far as one way or the other.
Well, I can tell you the language that the attorney is suggesting. Denami would like to include in that paragraph language that the timeframes included in the agreement can be extended in the event actions other than the developer cause construction to be interrupted for more than 15 consecutive days.
And that has to do with an inspection.
That has to do with any event, which is like the events that are listed in paragraph 23, which says strikes, lockouts, labor disputes affecting the demised premises, inability to obtain labor and materials or reasonable substitutes, acts of God, governmental restrictions, regulations or control, enemy or hostile governmental action, civil commotion, insurrection, revolutions, sabotage or fire or other casualty or other conditions beyond the control of the tenant. Those are already in paragraph 23.
Okay. Well, may I ask a question, Mayor?
Sure.
Between the three of you, Mr. Trask, you, Ms. Cole, and City Manager LaCourse, and you're against this, right? City Manager LaCourse, of the 15-day extension?
I was against the putting timelines on the building official and the permits.
Well, is there another way that we can achieve in spirit this 15-day issue? I think Ms. Cole said that there was some concern about missing the lease and being in default on the lease.
It's already in the lease.
Pardon me?
It's already in the lease. And the lease specifically says that any of those events happen, the time will be extended until after that time is completed. So if there is, for example, union unrest or civil commotion, and it takes 25 days for that to be completed, well, then all the other timeframes will be extended by 25 days. So that's the way the lease currently reads.
Okay, so Ms. Cole, what's the purpose of the 15-day term? Or what's it trying to achieve, I guess?
Commissioner Tiquioris, let me interrupt you. We're getting
We
close
need
to
to
11
extend the
o'clock.
meeting.
I need to extend the time. So I need a motion if we're going to extend it to continue the meeting.
Extend the meeting till, motion to extend the meeting till 11:15. Would that be satisfactory?
Yes. Need a second?
Second.
And a roll call?
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Tiquioris, continue.
Thank you.
Back again.
I think in the spirit, I think there were two concerns of the developer. One was the uninterrupted construction, which was why the 15 days. And as Mr. Trask articulated, many of the reasons construction could be interrupted is included in that paragraph. The other is on the front end, actually, the timeline of review of the city. And so perhaps a way to address Mr. LaCourse's concern about the building official and the timeframes on the front end would be to have some language that states that in the event there is an unreasonable delay in the issuance of permits or review, and I know I'm looking at Mr. Trask, that's a kind of a legal term when we talk about reasonableness. I think what the developer is looking for is the confirmation from the city standpoint, as Mr. Terrapini said at the last meeting, everybody wants this to get reviewed and quickly and constructed very quickly. And so the concern is just that in the event there was a delay on the city side, it wouldn't, before construction started, it wouldn't prejudice the developer.
Okay, so Mr. LaCourse, City Manager LaCourse, I know Mr. Powell is very clever and he's very cooperative. And are you confident that you could get with him and find something to substitute for this 15-day that would be satisfactory to you?
No.
No.
I don't think it has to be a specific day. I think it just has to be an acknowledgement of within that 30 days, so long as there is a sufficient time at the end of that period. So 16 months, say, for actual construction. That would suffice. I don't know that it has to be a specific turnaround time. It's just the process in its entirety to go through those reviews.
18 months, okay. Versus the 16 that we had?
No, I'm saying 16.
That's an example.
There's not a construction timeline of 16 months currently in this.
Okay. Well, let me do it this way. And the commission can rightly vote it down if they're not in agreement in order to try and save some time. I move that we approve the agreement as presented this evening on the condition that the $7,500 comes out of fees at the time of certificate of occupancy. That the what's it called? The title insurance is of $750 to $1,000 is included in the, paid for by the city. And secondly, that the city manager, city attorney, and the applicant's attorney, Ms. Cole, return or determine a way of satisfying that 15-day and actually have that in writing and bring that agreement back to us for final approval. That would be my motion. You want me to repeat that?
Repeat the one about the 15 days again?
Basically, it would be to take the agreement as it's presented this evening and include that the $7,500 would be, I think it's as it's written right now, it would be included, it would be paid for at the time of certificate of occupancy through a reimbursement through fees. The title insurance of $750 to $1,000 be paid for by the city, and for the city manager, city attorney, and the applicant's attorney, Ms. Cole, to work out an alternative to this, extend the 15-day issue, and whatever that agreement is between the three of them, to bring that back to the city in the form of a final contract for approval at the next CRE meeting.
Okay. Everybody understands that?
Yeah, I understand that.
We need a second.
I'll second that.
Do we have any commissioner comments, discussion?
Yeah, I got a comment. So they said no to our counteroffer. They want the 7,500 paid at certificate of occupancy. I'm okay with that. But our staff has been working hard with them, trying to come up with some type of specific timeline or no timeline. I mean, that's something we need to decide. They've had long enough to come in and say, hey, here's what we're going to figure out. Here's what we're not going to figure out. I mean, they've had a long time to do that. And, you know, it's to no fault of anybody's. It's just something that we need to decide as a board right now for the sake of clarity. So I would prefer that no special timeline be given to on top of our building official. I don't think that's our role. I don't want to impress upon him any special timeline for special treatment for anybody. And then I think the developer should pay the title insurance. They said no to our counteroffer. We're already doing the 7,500 paid at certificate of occupancy. I don't think it's a whole lot to ask that the building official not treat them special and they pay the title insurance, which could just be $750.
Okay. Any other comments?
My only reason for wanting to get this done is that we've been working on this since, I think, August or something like that. Before that, I think Ms. Cole went through the time frame of when a letter came in asking that this property be sold, and we wound up advertising it as is required. We went through the formal hearings, and I'm not sure of the time frame, 8-9 months later or something. We're still dealing with this. In the meantime, the cost of construction has been going up considerably, and it's no fault of anybody's, except that we've got a developer in there. We're down from 3 stories down to 2 stories, and as I understand, the reason why it went from 3 stories to 2 stories was because of the cost of construction and some other issues associated with that. So I think we've got, we've got somewhat of a tenuous situation from what I can tell of this project going through. And I don't want to wind up, at least for me, doing something that is going to cause this project not to go forward because of just the circumstances that we've got and what we've gone through for the last 9 months, COVID and everything else. The market's extremely hot right now, the real estate market. Cost of construction is extremely high. And I think that there's a great deal of uncertainties in that as well. So that's my feeling of one of concession right now, rather than trying to make it, take the approach that you would traditionally do in any kind of a contract. So, thank you.
Any comments? Yes.
I would just say we're still kicking the can on this. If we don't say tonight there's no timeline on the building official, or there is a timeline on the building official, we're going to be right back here at our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may I address Commissioner Donovan?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, based on my other statements, we don't need a specific timeline from the building official. The request is some assurance of diligent review, and in the event that it's the city's delay in an unreasonable manner that delays the issuance of permit, that the lease time frame would be extended. So I don't want, so hear me when I'm offering an alternative, and I think that that's language that we would then refer to what's reasonable and unreasonable from a delay. I think that if right now the building official is turning around in 3 weeks and all of a sudden this project received a 10-week turnaround, I would think that Mr. LaCouris would view that as not being a default under the lease, but that's the type of language that the applicant would be looking for. So to Mr. Batikotis's motion, I think language like that could fit in and address your concerns and Mr. LaCouris's.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from with it. I just think it's incredibly legally gray moving forward. If there's no day time, who's to say what's reasonable and what's unreasonable? I'm sure you guys will have different definitions of it. I think they need an answer on the second one tonight, regardless of whether you agree with me or not, that they need to pay the title insurance.
Are you asking to modify the motion? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, yeah, I would want I would want it motion, or
Huh?
I would want the motion modified, but I mean, we got to take a vote on it, right?
Well, yes, but you have to have a second to do that.
I think,
Up to Commissioner Ticciora, she wants to modify the motion. And what is it that you were suggesting?
I'm saying that the $7,500 will be paid at the CO, which is what they want. And I'm saying we don't have any sort of special timeline imposed on our building official. And the developer will pay the title insurance.
I've got a quick comment. So the title insurance is very negligible, less than $1,000. To me, that's not something to try to fight on, in my opinion. Ms. Cole brought up a good point about the discussion is if the average review is 3 weeks, but then it's 25 weeks to review this one project, we're not necessarily putting the building official on watch, just saying you have to do this within 15 days. So I think that could be something that we modify the motion if you feel so moved to do that for some more clarification. If it goes beyond 3 weeks, then the developer will have that same amount of time added to the end of the lease to make up for that. I think that's the simplest way of putting it.
Right. I think that's what Ms. Cole is saying. Is that correct?
I'm not even saying a specific 3-week
No, no,
timeframe, but
but
yes, I'm just saying that it's not a default on the front end if the time goes
The
longer.
3 weeks is an
Yes.
example, I think,
Correct.
timeframe. And all you're asking for, if when the plans are submitted, Mr. Powell says, I'll have it back to you in 3 weeks, and it turns out to be 10 weeks, then that additional 7 weeks should be added so that for whatever reason, it doesn't go into default or some aspect of the contract.
Not even necessarily at that moment, but there's a record. And so if it starts
Right.
when the shovel's in the ground and we're at month 23, when we anticipated to be at month 14, that everybody would acknowledge it's not going to actually be constructed in 7 months, and therefore there would need to be an amendment to extend that time frame at that time.
Mrs. Call, Mr. Trax stated earlier that the agreement was 27 months and he increased it to 30. So you got 3 extra months on that. So that can be accommodated on the, on any delays we're talking about, right?
I don't think that anybody thinks this is not going to get done in 30 months. I think I think all the parties believe it probably get done in much less than 30 months, 24, 25, 26, 27 months. But the concern comes in that this is a lease that expires in 30 months. And if you don't have a CO, you haven't triggered the purchase option yet. And so there's a very significant risk to the developer from both a financing standpoint and the reality standpoint of a partially constructed building or not having the time frame to complete the building. So this is all worst case scenario, and I appreciate that, but I think what we're looking for is some level of comfort that if on the front end, the city's delays, that's what we're asking about. The city's delays unreasonably delay the project, because the time frame that's baked in right now is what the normal review process is, which is a 3-week turnaround on initial comments, 2 to 3 weeks on other comments. So if the city's delays on the front end delay the start of the project, that there would be, that the developer would not be found in default.
Ms. Cole, let me interrupt you. Mayor, I know we're going to have to extend the meeting, but let me just ask the commission something very simple.
We have 4 minutes. Let's do it quick.
Motion to extend to 11:30.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
No.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes.
What I'm saying is, I think each commissioner needs to ask himself if there's something that went wrong, whether it's the developer's fault or the city's fault, and it's a matter of 3 weeks, five weeks, or whatever. Are we going to pursue default? I don't think so. I mean, why would we want to do that? So my point is, I don't think we're kind of like splitting hairs here. And I think, as Ms. Cole said, nobody's expecting that to happen. But even if it does happen, and the two Mavromatis brothers come in and say, well, this is what happened, we need to extend it for 6 weeks or whatever, I'm not going to say no, we're going to default on you.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way I see what
We,
we're discussing right now.
Commissioner Donovan is requesting if we're going to modify the motion. Do you willing to modify the motion? If not, I would just take it to vote.
No.
Okay. And the second still stays?
I would like to, I mean, if I can ask for clarification on modification from the timeframes, based on what Ms. Cole was talking about, instead of waiting for their attorney, our attorneys, and the city manager to come back, that we have a clear direction. I think that would be something that I could support tonight with what Ms. Cole talked about.
Right, that's exactly what the motion is. Basically, my motion was to approve the contract with the conditions that the $7,500 be paid at the time of certificate of occupancy, the city pay the title insurance, and that the our city attorney, city manager, and Ms. Cole would come back with language that would address the issue that we just discussed, which was originally extended because of this 15-day issue in the form of a final in agreement, that the three of them would be in agreement. It would come back with us, to us, in the form of a final for approval. I think that's what, am I missing
Yeah,
something?
so what I was saying is, I think what Ms. Cole initially talked about was, if there's a delay on the city's standpoint, this is worst case scenario, if there's a delay for 5 weeks for whatever reason, that it would be tacked on to the end of the project, although the mayor did bring up that there's an additional 3 months added to the project time period already. I think we could just go ahead and give clarification tonight. We don't have to wait for them to connect, to say, if there's a delay by the city, then we add it to the end of the term.
I agree with that.
Okay, so that would be the motion, or the adjustment then?
In other words, instead of having the three to negotiate, let's just do clear.
Right, and I agree with that.
And
So
let's do that.
I amend my motion as Vice Mayor Carr just stated.
Okay. And you second it.
Yes.
Any other comments? Questions? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
No.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair loses.
Yes, thank you. The next item is the CRA annual report. Mr. Licouris, can we hold on that?
She's prepared to go in a short period of time if she has to because of time. So I'd rather, instead of tying up our next meeting, which will probably go to 11 or past.
Ms.
I'd rather
Lemos,
have
can
her
you
give
do
the
that in
short
15
version.
minutes?
We already practiced the short version, so.
You can do that in 15 minutes, right?
Less.
Less.
She can knock it out in less than 10.
There's no action required on this tonight, so there's no vote that you need to take. This is the annual report from the CRA for fiscal year 20. And we do this every year, and it's reported to Pinellas County. You know the background of the CRA. Business activity, it was a tough year, it was a challenging year, but you can see we've had quite a few business openings. We were proud to see that. There were some breweries and some restaurants which opened up. All of these businesses are still here, still doing well. It was mentioned earlier about the tourists and the snowbirds coming back, and they are. I was down both to the docks and downtown last weekend, and there was a lot of foot traffic. So I know our merchants are looking forward to a better season this year than last year. We also had some relocations and closings. There were Quarter Two Sisters and Consign and Design relocated to new stores within the CRA. Then there were a handful of closings, and each of those closings were replaced with new stores. So I think that tells a little bit about our strength of our market. We also have some new places coming in this coming year, the Bistro, which already opened, Catalina's, La Cantina, the Pinch a Penny, and then Quirky Fork, Euro Cafe will be going into where Cafe Poli used to be. And then Backdrafts has a new project that they'll be putting in on Hibiscus Street called Mainly Delicious, and it's going to be 100% lobster restaurant. If you like lobster, it'd be good. And then our grants, you know about our 3 grants. We had 8 facade grants this past year. 6 of those were prior to the March 20th pandemic. We had 3 restaurant grants and 2 of the building code grants. I'll say since the building code grant was approved, that was a year ago in March, we've had 6 more. So we now have 8 of those grants. So that was those are proving to be popular. This is just an example of the facade grant and the restaurant grant and the building code grant. You'll see on the left how dark, this is Tarpon Art Guild. It's very dark. It's not conducive to an art gallery. They upgraded their lighting and put in some professional lights, so now it's warm and inviting and looks like a professional gallery. Then we put some facts together for the grants. We had 81 facade grants approved. You'll see that the majority of them were applied for by the building owner, 77%, 23% by the owner of the business. And then we looked at those business grants, the owners that applied for the grants, and found that 90% of them, 17 of the 19 are remaining in operation. The 2 that closed were the pawn shop and Cliche. And then the restaurant grants, you'll see it's almost flipped. The building owner had applied for 35% of those grants and the business owner for 65%. And again, we looked at those restaurant grants and 9 of the 11 remain in operation. The 2 that had closed were Sweet Owl's Bakery, which took over by Cafe Poli, and then KCQ Barbecue. And then our building code assistance grant, again, we've had 2. Economic impact, 100 projects, $614,000 in grant funds, almost $4 million in private investment. The average grant amount is about $5,800. And then there was a 39% increase in the assessed value from the grant year to the current year. We also did a survey of the grants this past year online and a phone survey. We found that the majority of the applicants knew about the incentive grants. About half had received a grant. We had talked earlier about where the grant amount is sufficient. 45% felt they were. 33% didn't have an opinion. We presented 4 different types of grants that other cities provide and asked for the businesses to rank those from 1 to 4 in order of importance. So you'll see here what the highest ranking at 67% was for a small scale grant, like $1,000 grant for them to do some refurbishing inside of their stores. And there was a rental assistance, a grant for professional services, and then sidewalk furniture. Then we also asked them, what kind of grants would you be interested in? What would help you? And then other ideas for the CRA that they thought would be helpful, what's working, what's not working. And you'll see there was support for startups. You can read what's here, some additional grants, parking, which comes up, promoting downtown and advertising, and reopen events. Then these are just the commercial projects that took place within the CRA this past year. Our residential projects, Orange Street, Trailside, Carriage Homes. These are all infill projects that are going to help us promote that urban living and walkability and support our businesses with new residents within walking distance. Public projects, the library renovations, cultural center has been restored, Court Street improvements. And then we've done a lot of beautification and historic preservation. Our wayfinding signs that recently has been completed. The building plaques, we had 13 plaques. 11 of the 13 have been installed. 2 of the buildings are going to be doing some renovations, so they're going to be waiting to install those. And then our historic markers, we've had 5 applications to the state. 3 are within the CRA, so we'll be waiting on those to arrive. We are working with the Historical Society for several months now. We're going to be developing a local marker program, so we'll be able to get the markers done quickly. They're putting a design together and a process together. They'd like to use a photograph so that people can see what the buildings used to look like, and then we'll be able to complete the remaining of the 12 that the CRA had wanted from the beginning. And then there's been some additional sites that have been also identified. And then you've seen the street signs go up and all the additional beautification that's been happening throughout the downtown, which is one of the things that the respondents to the survey really appreciated. And then our festivals and events, we did have some in 2019. These are the 5 events that are held in the CRA area. And then obviously ongoing, the downtown lot, which we discussed tonight, the Spring Bayou West Tarpon Avenue, that's going to be ongoing, our parking downtown, the special area plan and CRA code amendments, additional beautification. And then we have an agenda item to discuss also the Manatee Plaza renovation, which is located within the CRA. And with that, if there's any comments, we had a good year despite the challenges of the pandemic, and we're looking forward to getting a lot more progress done this coming year and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Lemos, can you wait? We want to go to public comments first. Make sure we cover that. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Okay. Mr. Jim, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on the item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Aniarthis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I want to congratulate Ms. Lemons. It's been a very tough year for businesses and just the economy in general. So I know you've done your best. I will ask that we do separate the CRA board from the Board of Commissioners. And just like Mr. Delaco said earlier today, only one member from the Board of Commissioners should be on this community redevelopment board. That way we can get people from the community to sit there and help give ideas on where to invest in our community. Now, I would like to say I appreciate these facade grants, but I am worried about too many different colors going into downtown Tarpon Springs. And I don't want to create a hipster town of ours. And I'd like to keep our town nice, small, and charming, and be able to bring a lot of people here with a lot of different restaurants and moving forward. But let's try to stay away from the hipster side. We got one building that's completely dark gray, and on the other end, we have the lime green new bistro. So I want to make sure we're not veering off of so many different colors, even though it's hard to tell property owners what to do. And Court Street, after doing all the research, I wish we would have stuck to the brick roads. If we're going to go back to Orange Street on the other side and make that back a brick road, from what I've been told, I don't know why we didn't do the same. We took a lot of the roadway away by pulling in the curves. And so the road is actually a lot skinnier than what it was. And I wish that other people, if it was made up by the community, it would have been able to, a lot of different other areas where we could have spent $900,000 to fix that road. Plus, I believe another $180,000 for the plans. Other than that, I'd like to focus on businesses focusing back towards the trail over time. That way we can bring a beautiful community walkway as people are coming north to Tarpon Springs or south from Holiday. Thank you all and good night.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else online?
Yes, sir, we do. I'll allow them in. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I know you only got 4 minutes. Peter Delax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Very nice that Karen had to rush through it. A lot of that I'm sure you already know. But y'all heard earlier in public comments about the needs for reopening the city and festivals and events and things of that nature. Yet you're not willing to stay a few more minutes to talk about that and how you can open that up for the businesses. So instead of worrying about getting home quick, why don't you extend the meeting a little bit and decide what y'all think we should do with festivals and events downtown so we can get the city revitalized and get moving again. So don't be afraid of staying another 15 minutes if you can resolve this issue that a lot of business people been asking you about and wanting your help. So this is the way you can do it. This is your sacrifice to the city. So do it. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion,
Motion to adjourn.
but we need to pass that first. We got 3
We need a
minutes.
motion for the presentation.
There's no vote needed.
Are we going to accept the report or not?
There's no vote needed, though. I think Ms. Lemon said that at the beginning of the.
There's no action you need to take.
I'm sorry? Do you need to?
You don't need to take any action on it.
No, okay.
No,
She just needs to present the report. That's part of our requirement, to present the report.
it goes on to the county and that's.
All right. We got 3 minutes. Anybody has any questions? Okay, well, that concludes the CRA meeting. And we already have staff comments and board comments, so that concludes the meeting, the VOC meeting, and it's 11:29 PM. That was-